TikTok, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. My goodness, look at what happens already. I started 1 minute late. Where are you, David? Where are you? What's going on? That's funny. It's like the people, if I move anything on my bookshelf for my regular videos, if it moves like an inch, David, what did you move? Why did you move that? What kind of signal are you trying to send us? What's going on here? Nice stuff. Funny stuff.
Indeed.
All right. So, Thaddeus, we've got what may be all the main information may be out by now on the hijab scandal, right? And I have seen,
that is correct.
I have seen a number of people going, whoa, this is messed up. At first I was believing hijab, and at first I was thinking this lady's nuts, but now, nope, he's looking like an evil, terrible person, which I could have told you many, many years ago, everyone. Could have told you that within 5 minutes of meeting the guy. But they learn a little bit slower in the Dawah community. So for anyone who happens to be new here, let me give everyone a rundown of this show. There are a couple things we've never gotten to when we've gone through the updates, but other people like Thaddeus and Abdullah Samir and so on have been more up to date on everything. We've got Thaddeus here with us now. Abdullah Samir is going to be jumping in. He's busy right now. He's going to be jumping in later in the show. But we're here to cover the stuff that we haven't covered here on my channel, get everyone up to date. And once you're up to date, you should be good. You should know everything you need to know about the scandal until something else breaks. But it looks like all the main stuff is out. So the only thing that might happen in the future is like that court does something, or I don't know. But looks like the info is out. So what we still got to catch up on, we've got to catch up on. Thaddeus just posted a new video today. I think, was that like 5 minutes or so?
Yep, it's about 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're good. We'll just watch that one straight through here at the beginning. Then we'll go through the most important behind veils videos that we haven't gone through. One about the AI tragedy, and so that'll be Thaddeus covers that as well. And finally, the smoking gun of all smoking guns, Mohammed Hijab, blackmailing a sheikh. And I didn't catch this, but someone said it. I think you might have said it to me. Someone said it, that it's obvious from what the sheikh says that Ali Dawah knew about it or something.
Yeah, I think that they kind of cover that in the half-hour video that we'll get to later. But apparently the individual whose name's been floating around, Sheikh Tarani, is Mohammed Hijab's teacher. Like, he has a long history with him.
That's who can
yeah,
teach, who can teach Mohammed Hijab? The man already knows everything. What is this nonsense? Come on, Thaddeus.
Yeah, well, from 20 years ago, before he was on the Dawah scene or whatever, and his grand defense was basically like, hey, be careful. Yeah, you just made a false oath. I know that you made a false oath to Allah, and that's a serious offense, so be careful. And then he went totally, he being Mohammed Hijab, went totally crazy on the guy.
What do you mean false oath about what?
About denying the allegations. So
hang on. So you're saying Mohammed Hijab swears some kind of oath. I did not know this woman. I did not sleep with her, just like Bill Clinton, right? And then so this sheikh calls him out. Hey man, I know the details behind the scenes, and I know you're lying, and I know you just swore a false oath. You are in all kinds of trouble, Budro. And because of that, Hijab declares war on him?
Yep, that's the gist of it.
Narcissist, man. How many years have you heard me calling this guy a narcissist who ultimately is in it for himself and wants the entire universe, including Allah and his religion and so on, revolving around him? Because that's how narcissists are. That's
indeed.
That's what we're dealing with, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're dealing with. So Hijab has been a naughty, naughty boy, and I guarantee you all he's going to be doing for the next couple of weeks is, what will Hijab be doing? He knows he can't win this anymore. He knows that he's been exposed here. He will demonstrate his immense value to the ummah by going after the enemies of the ummah. That's what he will be doing for the next couple of weeks, so that everyone's rallying around him. Oh, Hijab is so great. Hijab is so great. We don't care what he did. We don't care what he did with that woman. We don't care that he lied. We don't care about any of that. He's such a great man. He knows exactly what to say and do to get a ton of Muslims on his side. He knows that. And all you guys who fall for it, you're basically the ones who put him in this position to get away with this sort of thing. That's on you. That's on you. This whole scandal, this is on you guys, his fans, because you program him to believe that he can get away with all this stuff, that he's so important to the ummah that he can do anything he wants. And guess what? He's right. He's exactly right. That's why you keep ending up with these guys. That's why you keep ending up with people like Mohammed Hijab turning Muslim women into basically prostitutes. They're just there for sex. And you're helping him do it. And guess what? He's going to keep on doing it because you're going to let him get away with it, and you're going to let him know, hey, all I have to do is keep thumping my chest and humiliating the kuffar, and these idiots will let me get away with anything I want.
I will say, though, that he definitely has to do something. You're probably right that all he has to do is attack us or something along those lines. But now,
India, Israel, really all that stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you look at the comments, not just on like the Behind Veils videos, but even on the ones that the AI, not Mohammed Hijab, put out, most of them are very negative. And some of them are obviously not Muslims, but many of them are Muslims, right? And that the majority opinion, even in the Islamic community, seems to be that something really bad has gone down here. I think that the latest development is what is going to kind of turn people against him. I'm not saying that his career is over or anything. He can probably distract and move on, but it has certainly hurt his image in some people's eyes. And I think it's because now he's attacking a sheikh. He's attacking someone who should have honor. As long as he's just tricking a woman, no one really cares because a woman doesn't have honor, but a sheikh, that's a lot of honor. So he's doing something really wrong in Islamic eyes, even, by attacking a sheikh.
That is, you are right on the money there. As long as he's using Muslim women and turning them into prostitutes, he's fine. They don't care even slightly. They just don't care. If you like Exhibit A, look what happened with Sheikh Uthman. I mean, guy sends his wife to Sheikh Uthman for marital counseling. Sheikh Uthman has sex with her, marries her before the other guy divorces her, and so on. So she's married to two guys. Who cares? The Ummah does not care. Why? Because Sheikh Uthman is too valuable. But if Sheikh Uthman were to blackmail some sheikh, some respected sheikh or something like that, then Muslims would all of a sudden have a problem with it. But as long as you're just treating women like prostitutes and like property and so on, you're not going to have any problem with the ummah. What's that channel called? That Hijab's little AI channel where he keeps releasing this stuff and it sounds exactly like Mohammed Hijab, but it's just they use a dumb AI voice. What's that channel called?
False Accusations.
False
is the name of the channel.
Accusations. I just wanted to check. Want to check the most recent comments. So False Accusations. Oh yeah, that's the one. False Accusations UK, and it starts off by going, "This has nothing to do with the UK." It's like, why are you False Accusations UK? They're trying to distance it, make it as far away from Hijab as possible, so that it must be someone else and not Hijab's team. And the name of the channel is literally False Accusations UK. Hang on. So I just wanted to see what the latest comments were. So I clicked on that video, full confession, game over. So this was the leak that supposedly, that's the one where she supposedly confessed to lying?
Yes.
Okay, so guys, they have a supposed confession of her recorded by an imam or something like that? Sheikh, imam, something?
Yeah, so they say it's a mufti, technically, but same idea. So allegedly she called an organization and was like getting counseling from them, and they were secretly, well, I guess they say it wasn't secret, but either way, even if it's not secret, an organization like that definitely should not be releasing clips. But for some reason, the mufti wants to remain anonymous. He doesn't want any of this public, and yet he's sending it to a channel that he knows is going to be releasing it. So their story's not very credible. But yeah, that's the accusation that, someone was giving her counseling, and in the process of counseling, she accidentally admitted that it was not a real marriage, that she had made it up.
And I'm looking over here. Things are not going the way these guys wanted. So only 18,000 views on this supposed confession. 18,000 views. And I'm looking at the top comments right now. Title, full confession, upload 10-second audio clip, and then 2 fake AI generated. So the top comment is fake AI generated. Next comment, what a desperate and distasteful attempt by Mohammed Hijab. Grow up. Third comment, this is AI. Fourth, Mohammed Hijab is so pathetic to make this video. Fifth, this video sounds like Hijab wrote the script and recorded it, then converted with a voice changer. This channel was made solely for Mohammed Hijab. False accusations have been a big thing for a while now, especially in Muslim communities during divorce and family proceedings. So, at least they know this was made just for Mohammed Hijab. This video has Mohammed Hijab written all over it. The way it insults the audience's intelligence and tries to gaslight viewers is telling, especially when it's clear he's the one who designed it. Figures like Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah have openly supported secret marriages, so it's hardly surprising to think Mohammed Hijab might have married her because Islamically it is permissible. If you truly consider yourself Rajel, why not be upfront and take responsibility? Have 4 wives if you must, but don't hide behind AI avatars. Darn right. So anyway, does not look like anyone's buying it. So that's funny. And guess what, guys? The serious Mohammed Hijab fans, they're not going to care. They're not going to care. Hey, what do you got? Rory, a sheep of Christ, says, Reason Answers, will Apologetics Roadshow have a call-in show? Yeah, that won't be right now, but we will be making a call-in show in the future. We'll have a topic, and we'll do sort of like God Logic, kind of like God Logic does. I'll probably ask like particular Muslims to call in and stuff like that, but we'll have times when people can just randomly call in. That'll be fun stuff. Fun stuff. All right, let's take these first couple of super chats, and then we'll watch Thaddeus's video, and then we'll go on to the first Behind the Veils video. What is this illegal in Pakistan? You never turn your back on family. Why are people so rude and Islamophobic? Super chat from Margaret. No comment though. Thank you, Margaret. Sajid's done another video. It was funny. Yeah, I know. I haven't seen it yet, but as terrible as his responses started off, I thought, okay, well, maybe he's going to get better once he starts addressing things. They just keep getting worse and worse and dumber and more and more fun to expose. Dawah and drama. Let me get my popcorn. Yep, that's one thing you can say. There's never any shortage of drama in the Dawah community. IP looks different. Is it his hair? Oh, hi, sport. Yeah, AP's grew out his hair as soon as he became a cat human. God bless our Pope, Leo the 14th. I don't know anything about your new Pope yet. I have to say, your last selection did not impress me, so I'll have to take a closer look at this guy. And then Ida with a super sticker. Thank you, Ida. All right, let's go ahead and watch Thaddeus's video. Anything you want to say to introduce this, Thaddeus?
So the context here is that video we were just talking about on the AI channel, which Mohammed Hijab has previously said that he was releasing videos on, and now he says he isn't. Well, that'll be in the video as well. But the context is his long, full confession. And I think it is actually a full confession. It's a full confession of Mohammed Hijab exposing himself, as opposed to, he says it's about other people, but I think he's really talking about himself.
And one thing we do not want is Mohammed Hijab exposing himself, because
that is true.
That's what he's in trouble for now. All right. Here's Thaddeus' new video.
What happens when a Dawah boy gets caught forging a screenshot? He forges a voice note, obviously. Mohammed Hijab just can't help himself, continually digging deeper into trouble as the evidence of his guilt piles up. Now the YouTube channel False Accusations has published a full confession supposedly proving Hijab is innocent of the abuse charges he faces. Let's take a look.
Before we begin, let's make something clear. This channel is not affiliated with Mohammed Hijab,
That's odd. I wonder why Hijab has said otherwise then.
nor are we based in the UK.
That's odd. This non-UK channel uses a British narrator and bears the handle False Accusations UK. Why that handle?
Maybe you were making a confession about yourself.
No matter. Let's hear that confession.
So did you marry Hijab or not?
I didn't marry him, but if I told people this, they would think I'm crazy and so on.
Do you think
Oh, hey, yeah, because here's the thing, Thaddeus, everyone is saying, no, this doesn't sound like her, it sounds fake. And I had kind of heard it skimming through it. I was like, no, it does sound like her. But now that I'm listening to it on the headphones, yeah, it sounds totally fake. Let me go and back that up since I interrupted. But yeah, guys, sounds totally fake. I mean, yeah, it's AI. So you take it and you put a bunch of stuff that people have said into it, and then it imitates them and so on. But it's not perfect. It's not perfect. And this sounds fake. This sounds fake.
About yourself.
No matter. Let's hear that confession.
so? Did you marry Hijab or not?
I didn't marry him, but if I told people this, they would think I'm crazy and so on.
Do you think this is fair on him and his family?
With all due respect to yourself, I can take my rights with my own hand.
Something is very off about this supposed conversation.
That could easily have been authored by anyone.
Let's take a look at the source to figure it out.
This recording was submitted to the Islamic Sharia Council, addressed directly to Sheikh Haitham al-Haddad via a dedicated email channel.
That's odd. Haitham al-Haddad no longer works for the Islamic Sharia Council. And what exactly is a dedicated email channel anyway? What's the real purpose of this email?
Maybe you were making a confession about yourself.
Now let's take a close look at that email.
Everyone still note, Thaddeus always grins at his own videos.
It's true.
It's like a comedian who laughs at his own jokes. Weird.
The Mufti doesn't want this public. So why exactly did he send it to False Accusations then?
Sometimes a lie reveals more about the liar than the one it's aimed at.
According to the email, this was a recorded phone call from a counseling session. Let's be generous and ignore the ethical and legal violations of leaking such a clip and evaluate it on face value. Does this sound like something a therapist would say?
So did you marry Hijab or not?
What about this?
Do you think this is fair on him and his family?
Why the accusatory tone? And why does the reply not answer the question?
With all due respect to yourself, I can take my rights with my own hand.
I know why Hijab would bring his family into this. He's terrified his wife will leave him for cheating. But why would a therapist say this? And how would he even know about Hijab's family to begin with?
Sometimes a lie reveals more about the liar than the one it's aimed at.
False Accusations makes it clear that this clip is uncut.
This clear, uncut voice note.
So why then is it so short? And why does it have sections of absolute silence? Something that can never happen in a raw recording.
Maybe you were making a confession about yourself.
And take
You want to break that down, Thaddeus?
Yeah, so I went through some time analyzing the audio. I also played it side by side with actual clips of Aisha saying the same words, and there's definitely some differences in speaking style and in tone as well, but that's somewhat subjective. But then there's a couple markers of like, this could not possibly be a recording, right? They say, this is just an unedited recording, even though it's clearly edited because they obscure the other voice. But, besides that, there are portions of it that there is absolute silence. So like you'll listen to a recording and sound silent.
Yeah. So
right?
hang, for everyone who's listening right now, this may be new to you, but like right now I'm talking on a mic. Even when I'm not saying anything and I'm completely silent, like if I pause like this, there's still sound. There's still sort of low-level background sound. And so if you were playing an unedited clip of me, there would be no point in the audio where there's literally no sound. There would be quiet, but if you were to really amp it up and listen closely like on headphones, you could hear just ambient background noise of air and so on circulating and so on. You can hear that. You're saying you can examine it and there's just the sound goes down to zero. There's not even any background sound, which means those pauses and so on are all inserted in there and they're fake. And this isn't someone speaking into a mic. This is a computer trying to do something, and the computer doesn't know enough about make sure there's some low level background noise in the background, something like that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, two possibilities, right? Someone could have edited it, like put a bunch of clips together and accidentally left silence in between them, not knowing that, or not thinking about the fact that it should really have some very, very slight background noise. Or it was AI generated and the computer is trying to generate something that is clear, right? So that's easy to understand. It has no purpose of putting in background noise, so it doesn't.
I have to say, Hijab, it's one side that seems to be doing this right now. It's one side that seems to be doing this sort of thing. I mean, any idiot could, plug in your stupid voice into AI and make the AI think, yes, of course, I have a million mutter wives. Of course I do it. I love mutter. It's my favorite thing, and I'm using the ummah. Be very easy to plug that in there. But that's your side that's doing that. And it kind of makes us wonder why your side is the one that's lying and deceiving and blackmailing and using AI to lie and so on. Kind of weird. It's almost like you don't have the truth on your side here, but you're used to that.
A look at the frequency distribution. Remember, this is supposedly a recorded phone call. Something false accusations apparently forgot when they describe it as a voice note.
Sometimes a lie reveals more about the liar than the one it's aimed at.
Whoever made this didn't realize that phones only capture frequencies in the 300 Hz to 3400 Hz range, a holdover from technological limitations of 100 years past. Yet somehow this phone call has frequencies up to 11,000 Hz.
It speaks for itself. And with it,
So if you want
the
to
lie
pause
collapses.
there and go back to where that's on
That sounds like
screen.
some straight up nerd stuff there.
Yeah, that is definitely some nerd stuff. And I did a live stream where I went into like far more details. But I'm
Like
gonna
for,
get the
for
main point.
instance, on Star Trek: The Next Generation, the hertz of the Borg when they're approaching, the frequency of the
What is it?
But okay, so the gist is that audio comes in a wide variety of frequencies. Lower frequencies are lower sounds, but most of the human voice is captured in like the 1,000 to 3,000 hertz range. So when they were coming up with the most efficient way to make phone calls, long time ago, where you're literally going over wires that someone has to literally switch between to make the connections. Like, well, if we just do this narrow frequency, it'll be intelligible. It'll sound a little muffled, right? It'll sound a little weird. That's why phone calls sound a little muffled, but you'll be able to understand everything being said. So to make it easier to transmit, that was the decision made. And that still is in effect today, even though, cell phones are certainly capable of doing much, much more detailed audio. They don't, because it's still the same standards that have been in place for 100 years. So if it was a real phone call, all the audio would be below 3,400 hertz. And yet it isn't like that. It has a wide range of frequencies like a natural voice would.
And so they're claiming this is a recording of a phone call, and you're pointing out this was not a phone call. You would be getting different readings if there were an actual phone call. So the point is there was never any such phone call, just period. This wasn't from a phone call.
Yes.
Okay, you could have just said, hey, this wasn't from a phone call, and I did some nerd stuff, and I established that it's not a real phone call. Okay.
Yes,
right.
I could have. And like I said, that was the very abbreviated nerd version. On the stream where I initially looked at it, I spent like 20 minutes showing all the problems with the audio.
All right, guys, so Thaddeus examined the audio in epic nerd fashion and determined that was not the audio from a phone call. He would be getting different readouts from an actual phone call. And so this is all apart from what Behind Veils does and runs it through an AI test, and it says it's something like 98% likely that this was AI generated and so on. Interesting. All right, back to Thaddeus here.
False accusations showed a screenshot proving it wasn't AI.
On what basis should anyone accept your so-called evidence as genuine?
Yes, except that screenshot doesn't show what they ran through the detection. And actually running the confession clip through gives a completely different result. How
And look, I
delusional
got the
does
same
one...
result as Behind Veils. And actually, we did
so
this
that wasn't.
independently.
Hang on. So that wasn't you playing their video of them testing it. You independently and separately tested this.
Mm-hmm. And we both came up with the same idea. It's like, so I just figured that the AI detection wasn't very good and you'd get false positives and false negatives. And I was just like going to run a bunch of audio through it and like get readings that I knew were false. And then, but the first thing I thought of is, let me just run through the clip they provided and see what happens. Hey, it says 98%. And then Behind Veils also did the same thing independently. It's like, how lazy and stupid could you be to suggest that we go to this website and it'll prove that it's not AI, and then that exact website that not Mohammed Hijab has in his video says otherwise.
That's why. So guys, everyone catch that. So you got this audio clip. Hijab releases this audio clip on a channel that's not his, and to show that it's not his, they said this channel's not even from the UK, and it's called something UK. Right? He forgot they named it that. But they release the smoking gun, the audio clip of Aisha, Muhammad's ex-hotel wife, but supposedly not, confessing that, no, we weren't married. And they release the audio clip and they say, ha ha, and we have tested this and we've confirmed that it is not AI. And then Thaddeus and Behind Veils go to the exact same site that supposedly confirms this is not AI, and they run it through their test, and it says 98% likely this is AI-generated voice. And Thaddeus, you're sitting there thinking about, like, what? How could they be so lazy? How could they be so lazy and incompetent that they would put this out there and it's this easy to expose the lie? Like, how? That's what I've been talking about. I've talked about this in the past, called it Islam's 99-1 rule. If you have a crowd and 99% of them are just going to mindlessly believe anything you say, and only maybe 1% at most are actually going to look up what you say, it's in your best interest to keep lying. You just keep lying to the crowd. This has been Islam's method going back to the time of Muhammad. When Muhammad's going, oh, yes, I'm in the books of the Jews and the Christians, he's talking to a bunch of pagans. They don't know any better. They don't know anything, right? So he can say whatever they want. If 99% of the people are just going to, oh, really? He's in the Bible? He says so, then it's in your best interest to just keep lying, because you're getting a bigger and bigger crowd. If 99% of the people are always believing you, then you get a bigger and bigger mob, and the 99% can always silence the 1% who actually look things up and go, I think this guy's actually making things up. So that's always been the method in Islam, and that's why when they started saying things like perfect preservation right down to the letter and the scientific miracles, they know 99% of people aren't going to look this stuff up. And the tiny minority who do look them up, they can be shouted down by the mob. So that has worked for Islam for a long time in Dawah. The problem is all these Dawah guys have become conditioned by now to believe that they can say anything they want and get away with it, because they've just been conditioned. Hey, no matter what I say, 99% of my people just mindlessly believe me. Well, what's that mean? It means when you need to lie about some woman to cover up what you did to her, you could just put out you don't need to spend a ton of money and get really, really good fake AI clip or something. You don't need to do any of that. You could just put out the cheapest nonsense you can find, and your fans are just going to eat it up and love you no matter what. Unless you get exposed by a sheikh. As long as you're doing that to a woman, they're not going to call you out. If you're messing around with a sheikh, a respected sheikh, some of them might have a problem with it. So that's where hijab actually will have crossed a line with some of his fans. If it hadn't been to the issue with the sheikh, none of his fans would have turned around on him. None of them. They would all, I'm not as serious fans. They would all be completely happy if Mohammed Hijab is banging thousands of Muslim women, turning them all into prostitutes, as long as he's humiliating the kuffar and thumping his chest. They would not care even slightly. But he messed with a sheikh, and now he can't rely on the 99-1 rule anymore because people are actually calling him out. Poor hijab, poor hijab. All right, let me back up here and let's see.
But they ran through the detection. And actually running the confession clip through gives a completely different result. How delusional does one have to be to pass off a AI fake while telling us exactly how to disprove it?
What he has consistently demonstrated is not accountability, but arrogance.
So, Mohammed Hijab, it's time to stop pretending.
Hang on, that is funny. Like he literally told people how to check it and pretended to check it, thinking that no one's actually going to go check it, right? So this would be like me, like I make something up, like I forge something. Suppose I forge a document and then I say, and I know this is confirmed as a true document signed by George Washington himself because I took it to this antiquities dealer over here on Main Street, 354 Main Street, and he's the leading document and signature analyst in the world, and he is confirmed. Yes, Professor Oopingfoth over there, he is confirmed as the greatest manuscript and signature examiner in the world that this is authentic. And if you don't believe me, just go ask him. And you go ask him, the guy's like, ha ha, obvious forgery. What kind of nonsense is this? That's what he just did.
Well, I guess that's what Allah did, though, right? Because he's like, if you have any doubts about this, go ask
1094.
the Christians and the Jews. And then all the Muslims are like, oh, we have no doubts. We have no doubts.
Mm-hmm. You guys catch that? Surah 10, verse 94. Speaking to Muhammad, says, if you're in doubt as to what we've revealed to you, ask those who read the book before you. Talking about Jews and Christians. Hey, go check with them. And everyone's like, oh, but he didn't do it. Yeah, because if he would have, you would have had the same result as this right here. All right. Got about a minute left in here. I backed it up a little.
Mohammed Hijab, it's time to stop pretending. Your lie has revealed who you really are.
No amount of rage can hide the reality. Behind the microphone stands a boy pretending to be a man, small in courage, impotent in character, diminished in every way that matters.
I think it's time you take your own advice.
Stop betraying trust. Stop playing judge. Stop pretending to be Freud. Stop performing therapy on strangers. Just stop. The voice note is out. The lie is dead.
The lie is dead. Hijab is a fraud. This is your champion of Dawah, Muslims. Do you really think he's being any more honest about the truth of Islam than he is about himself?
If this has been forged, what else has been forged? You need to ask that question to yourself.
For even more evidence that the confession clip is a complete fraud, check out this live stream here.
There's nothing there, Thaddeus.
Yeah, I know, because you download the videos.
Look at Thaddeus just pointing at nothing there. So that clip of Ali Dawah, this was fabricated. What else has been fabricated? Yeah, that was from the photoshopped screenshot.
Right, which he's saying, Aisha photoshopped this, but of course it was him or Hijab or someone else in their circle that photoshopped it. And then he's like, you need to ask yourself, whoever's doing this forgery, how can you trust them? And then they forged another thing.
Guys, you catch
by the way,
this?
they also forged a screenshot a second time in that video. It wasn't very notable. They just like they added a timestamp to show when it came from. It wasn't like malicious, but it was a different screenshot of the same thing than they showed before.
You guys catch all of that? We went through this in a previous video, but the hijab camp and especially Ali Dawah, they were supposedly exposing Aisha for faking, for photoshopping a screenshot from their text messages. And they're like, ha, we've exposed her for photoshopping this and so on. When it turns out they were the ones who photoshopped it. And this was all proven. And so Ali Dawah there, and if she fabricated this, what else is she fabricating? And it's their side that did the fabricating. And then what else are they fabricating? Well, posting an AI-generated voice clip of her confession. This is terrible, guys. And again, the diehard hijab fans, apart from blackmailing a sheikh, which we're going to get into a little bit later, they would have had no problem with any of this. They don't care. They don't care what you do to women. They don't care if you treat them like garbage. That's fine in Islam. I mean, I mean, we read in the Muslim source about a guy beat his wife until her skin turned green. Muhammad condemned the woman. How dare you be such a bad wife and make this guy beat you until your skin turned green? Shame on you, woman. That was his attitude. Wild stuff. We actually have a question about a couple good questions coming up. Hang on. Let's go through these. We've come for Muhammad's Diddy hole. What? What's wrong with these people?
You're not going to find it here.
Yeah, we got the Al Zut train gang. Guys, it's really disturbing stuff. What happens in the Muslim sources should stay in the Muslim sources and should not be exposed to the rest of the world. Isa here says, Misyar, marriage is exploitation of women. Absolutely. Yeah, it is. Especially the way Hijab's doing it. Hijab is a more obvious liar than his namesake. That's true. Celeria says, woo, live, and only 19... actually, Celeria would say, whoo, live, and only 19 minutes late. That having been said, goodness, Surah 5 is irksome to get through. It's just so dense with errors to look up. Yeah, that's the whole Quran, though. Muhammad was screaming a lot louder than that. What's wrong with everyone here? On Avery's stream yesterday, he got called the N-word multiple times by Muslims. Think it's time to eat some pages until they stop. Ooh, hey, Thaddeus, if you want a video, that would be good to compile that. Because you have a ton of racists, and it's still their go-to move. If it's a black guy talking, to use that as their go-to move. And they think, oh, we're just on the internet. You can't see our face, so we can't be. Yeah, but a bunch of you guys do it, and it kind of makes a point about you.
Mm-hmm. That and showing porn.
Isn't it weird? So, racial epithets and porn is their response. Hey, guys, come on, answer this objection. Give us this argument. Oh, we'll heap racial insults at you and porn. And by the way, that racism goes all the way up. I mean, who was it? Who's that guy? Who's that little? They call him Penfold because he's a little guy from Danger Mouse. He was talking to the Latino dude and called him I can't even repeat it here. I get banned. But Ijaz Ahmed. But yeah, Ijaz was talking to someone. He docks like the dude's sister or something like this. He's arguing with a Christian. He docks the dude's sister and calls him all the worst things you can say about a Latino guy. So, but anyway, that's pretty standard in Islam. But what should you expect from the people who follow the prophet who referred to Ethiopians as raisin heads? What would you expect?
This is true.
Ida says, I love this nerd stuff. Well, that makes two of you and Thaddeus. Challenge the Mahdi to Mubahala. I'm going to. Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and say it here. Anyone who wants to, I'm about to make a video responding. I keep thinking, okay, maybe this is dying out and therefore I could just ignore it and not draw attention to it and stuff like that. Maybe it'll just die out. But people keep bringing him up. So I think he's here for at least a little while. My inclination would not be to go through his stuff and examine his claims when other people are doing that. I would just probably make fun of him by imitating him. So I went ahead and got myself a cool Mahdi outfit and a throne to be an even cooler Mahdi. But if anyone wants to send me a video, he's got all these little testimonials about, yes, and then he raised me from the dead, and then he made the moon disappear, and it's all this nonsense. And then you've got the followers who left his cult, and they're like, yeah, I got sick and he sent me to the doctor and then I got better and then he went around telling everyone he healed me and stuff like that. We don't trust this guy. So it's like that sort of thing. But then he's banging all his followers. He's sitting there banging all his followers left and right. It always ends up like that in these cults. Anyway, guys, if you want to appear in the video, go ahead and record a little video and send it to me. Send a link to me. You can make it like, what is it? It's not private. What is it? Unlisted. You can make it unlisted. You can make an unlisted video clip, or you can share it on Twitter or something like that. But send me the link. But record yourself saying that David Wood did. Just make it as stupid as possible, and then preferably ends in me wanting to bang someone in your family or something like that, or ends in an orgy or something like that. I'm gonna. The gist of the video, the gist of my video will be: I'm the clear successor of Muhammad. because he had the sexual strength of 30 men and he was banging his followers. And so I'm banging even more of my followers. And this Mahdi, this guy claiming to be the Mahdi, here's how many of his followers he's banging, but I'm banging even more of my followers. This shows that I'm the true Mahdi. This is going to be stupid like that. But if anyone wants to make a little clip, yeah, David took me up into the spaceship and stuff. And then they probed me while I was blindfolded. Any sort of thing like that. I'm going to... If anyone wants to make some dumb clips like that, I can use them for a video making fun of this fake Mahdi. It will be epic. But I will prove conclusively that I am a superior Mahdi to this guy. Let's see. J.A. says, you think his wife is going to buy it? Ooh, that's the question I wanted to get to. Isn't that funny? Because Thaddeus, I think this is in the new video. I kind of skimmed it, and it was sped up, so I don't catch everything. But wasn't it something, the reason Hijab is so desperate to cover this up is not for the Ummah. It's because his original wife will punish him for this. Like she took his kids or did I get that right?
Yeah. That's in the final reveal video. So I won't spoil it, but yes, you're correct. That's his real motivation. It's quite obvious in his confession video that he just wants to come out and say, yeah, this happened and it's Islamically valid, so get off my case. But he can't do that because he has to pretend that he didn't do it because of the consequences his wife will give him.
So all of this nonsense and AI nonsense, it's not really even made for Hijab's fans. It's made for his wife. What? Don't take the kids from me again. Look, we've got her here confessing. And then he's hoping his wife is really, really, really dumb and is going to fall for that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about his wife, so I don't know. She may totally be dumb enough to fall for that. I don't know. But yeah, so that's the situation, guys. This is all of this. If you're wondering, wait a minute, Hijab has been defending the secret second wives and all this stuff. He's been defending this stuff for years. Why didn't he just say, yeah, I did it? What are you going to do? It's allowed in Islam. It's what he's been defending all these years. This is allowed in Islam. You don't get to condemn it. Why wouldn't he just say it? Why wouldn't he just say, darn right, I did it. You can't do anything about it. This is allowed in Islam. This is halal. Turns out he's got a wife who will just say, I'm out of here. I'm out of here and I'm taking the kids. And so he's trying to his credit, he's trying to preserve his marriage. Sadly, it's from cheating on his wife a bunch. But that's the point, guys. The fake AI, it's not really for the fans. That's not really to convince the world. That's to convince his wife. And apparently he thought that was good enough to convince his wife. And maybe it is. I don't know. I mean, you see Ali Dawah's wife, she's dumb enough to be communicating through a dry erase board. And Ali Dawah could barely read what she was writing. So wild stuff. So I have no idea whether his wife is going to buy it. I do not know how smart or gullible she is. Reasoned answers, my goodness, the voice lines they are giving to fuel the anti-Dawah are incredible. They trip their way into ridiculing themselves. It is pretty bad, isn't it? Mm-hmm. The voice lines they are giving to fuel the anti-Dawah. Ape, you think you have got me...
Sorry, you don't know why this is funny, but on my channel, if you preface a super chat with Ape, Mohammed Hijab will read the super chat.
Oh, that's funny.
Quite funny.
You think that you've got me? That I have been bested? But the joke is on you. You have been intellectually molested. Powerful.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, when I was messing around with voice cloning Mohammed Hijab, I ran a clip of him saying, this is Mohammed Hijab speaking. I abused Aisha and I don't care. Now get on your knees in intellectual submission. And I ran it through the AI detection tool and it said 2%. So that was actually a legitimate clip of Mohammed Hijab.
Nice. I believe an AI can be trained on word pattern of Mohammed Hijab to detect if he was behind the false accusations UK video voices. Yeah, in those two releases on that new channel that's just to cover his tracks. A lot of people pointed out it sounds exactly like Mohammed Hijab. It uses the words that Mohammed Hijab uses and so on. So like that's in the comments. People are like, this sounds exactly like Mohammed Hijab. This sounds not the voice. The voice has been changed, but the actual script, the script sounds like Mohammed Hijab. First time catching you live. Thank you for your work and God bless. Thank you. It is a miracle of fabrication that Ezra is the son of God. Ezra does not need further fabrications. All others are corrupt, just like Aisha's rights. That's true. I mean, think Ezra doesn't need all these fake AI things and Photoshops and so on. Habemus Papum Pope Leo the 14th. I said we'll see. I have to check out that Pope. You're either going to have someone that's even further left than your last guy, or the same, or someone more based. Mm-hmm. But we will see. We will see. I will let you know whether I affirm your new Pope. Darth Beanie is Dark Lord of the Sit. He sits in a dark room in his dark chair in dark clothes with his dark beanie and says dumb things. It does seem like he's taken some stupid emperor vibe. Hey, that's weird. My camera's been going out for the past couple days. I don't know why.
I have made David disappear, so now I'm the only one here. Ha ha ha.
No, it's weird. I have a totally tricked out Mac Studio, and then I got what they said was the best little webcam I could get, and it randomly starts cutting out recently, and then I have to actually shut it down like this. Have to actually shut it down, and then start it back up. And then I've got to reposition myself and so on because it resets it whenever I shut the whole thing down. Look at that. You see this? You see what I have to deal with? It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter what I spend. It does stupid stuff like watch. It'll do it again later because we're only 40 some minutes into this.
That's really weird for coincidence reasons, because I was on with Abdullah the other day and his camera shut off on him, and he's like, "It's never happened before." So maybe it's just me. Maybe just me being present.
Two weird problems that I've not had a problem with just emerged recently. One, like very frequently now, whenever I get someone on with me, there's like a 5 or 10 second delay in between when I'm saying something when they're hearing it. So that happens like almost every time I go live with someone, and then we gotta have to troubleshoot it. But then the camera starts going out, so I don't know what's going on.
Anyway, I did want to comment real quick on the Mahdi and the Pope, because it has a very hilarious clip that I looked at on Your Brother in Christ yesterday, I believe it was, where he's like, "I already claimed I'm the Pope, so if someone else claims they're the Pope, they are a false claimant." So the standard is whoever says I'm the Pope first is the legit Pope, according to the Mahdi.
I got dibs. I called shotgun, man.
Yep.
I called shotgun. That's funny. That's going to be my character. My character is going to be claiming to be all the things from all the religions too. I am the Mahdi. I am the Pope. I am all the things from all the religions. Just going to be doing that the entire time. That's apparently all you need to do to get a bunch of cult followers. Hi, Thaddeus. Listen for the bad cuts in the Sheikh's voice recording. So beyond fake. Oh, hi, Davey.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't try. That was zero effort at a good fake there.
Well, again, if it's only meant to convince Hijab's wife, then you're good. You've heard of one gorilla versus 100 men. Well, how about one Muhammad versus 100 al-Zut? Yep, we know what happened in that one. When are you bringing back the Islam's Not For Me outro? Oh, when I plug the thing in. Yeah, because I got a new computer, so I haven't even plugged in my little thing. But yeah, I could plug it in. Based on behind veil vid, Mohammed Hijab marriage to Aisha is not his second marriage. That's true. His wife left him for a year and took their kids away after his first stunt. Yeah, that's what I was thinking that I had gathered. I'm not even sure I got it from the video or if I saw that in the comments or something like that. But yeah, so this is to convince his wife, and he has done it before. He's done it before. He got caught before. So if he got caught, think about if he's trying to keep these things a secret and he's still getting caught. How many times is he getting away with it? Right? It's like, guys, if you see one cockroach in your house, there's more. There's more. If you're seeing one, there's more somewhere, right? Same thing. Same thing. There are certain things where if you see it and it's right in front of your face, guess what? There's more behind the walls. There's more behind the walls. And so if Mohammed Hijab gets caught with a secret second wife, then what's he not getting caught with? Because he's obviously trying to be very careful.
Yeah, along those lines, when I was on Abdullah's channel, he was playing a video by a Muslim named Fayed Fit. And in that video, he's kind of like saying, these missionary marriages are disgraceful and all. But then he's like, and travel marriages. So he's like, where is all with all these missionary marriages and travel marriages? And it's like, well, no one was talking about a travel marriage. You're revealing something about your community we don't know. That your Dawah team are going to other cities and getting a wife in the city while they're traveling. Interesting.
Yep. These are the guys who are here to civilize us, ladies and gentlemen. Mohammed Hijab trying to get off the couch and stop the wife's toothbrush. Womack. Starkey says, your camera lost the Mubahala. My camera lost the Mubahala. That's funny. All right, Thaddeus, we ready to jump into this next video?
Yep.
All right, and this is the Behind Veils video going through that AI confession just like Thaddeus did. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at this. And then we've got the blackmail of the Sheikh, which, if anything leads to problems for Hijab, will never be the treatment of women. None of that. It's just how he treated an actual Sheikh. But we're going to get to that in a bit. Right now, let's check out the problem with the AI confession here.
2 days after we published a video on the case against Mohammed Hijab, there was a response video published on a channel called False Accusations.
Powerful video.
There have been a lot of attacks and false, misleading, and fabricated information that has been relayed from this channel. So it is imperative we take a closer look. This channel was created in November of 2023.
And it was never used?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that it was, just some random channel that they renamed or something, but the timing, he's going to explain why, but the timing there is very suspicious.
Can you rename the little domain there, or the little, so that's False Accusations UK. Can you rename that, or I don't know how it works.
Yeah, I believe you can once every 30 days.
Okay, so you could rename at False Accusations UK if you wanted to. I don't know why they didn't take the UK out of it then when they started lying. But so this was a channel for some purpose created in 2023. All right.
Just a few months after the divorce between Mohammed Hijab and Sister Aisha. If you look a little closer, you'll notice the handle of this channel is called False Accusations UK. Apparently, it was specifically created to address so-called false accusations within the UK.
Before we begin, let's make something clear. This channel is not affiliated with Mohammed Hijab, nor are we based in the UK.
Interesting. So the channel handle is False Accusations UK, but they claim they are not based in the UK. In addition, the channel was created back in 2023 without ever publishing a single video. But now they magically pop up and they want you to believe they are working independently and feel compelled to defend Mohammed Hijab.
Guys, you catching all this? So Thaddeus is pointing out that, I mean, it's technically possible that someone just started this account for some random purpose and so on, and then just decided to start posting recently. But since this was since this account was created right after Mohammed Hijab's divorce, and he's worried about her exposing him because this will lead to problems with his wife, all of a sudden this account gets created, False Accusations UK. But then after he releases his first video, people start saying, after he releases the first video, people are like, come on, this is clearly Mohammed Hijab. And then in response, they say, this channel has nothing to do with the UK. And yet it's false accusations UK. So what, this is someone in Thailand who's just like, you know, if anyone ever in the UK ever gets falsely accused of something, I've got my account ready. False accusations UK. I'm not there. I'm not in the UK. I'm in a different part of the world. But I'm really interested in false accusations from the UK. These guys, man, these guys are like criminal masterminds here coming up with this stuff. These guys are geniuses. These guys can get away with anything. They're so smart. Oh, boy.
Let's dig a little bit deeper on the claim that this channel is not affiliated with Mohammed Hijab. On April 6th, we published a video titled, Deceived by Mohammed Hijab, The Secret Marriage That Broke Me. On April 8th, this channel published a response video titled, Behind the Obsession, The Troubling Story of a Stalker Fixated on Mohammed Hijab. Just minutes prior to release, Mohammed Hijab posted a tweet, I will release a video in 30 to 60 minutes, which will directly respond to...
He's so freaking stupid. Guys, if you're not cracking up laughing at this, guys, you have no idea how stupid this is. So one, the channel is claiming to have nothing to do with Mohammed Hijab, right? No connection to Mohammed Hijab, not even based in the UK, even though it's false accusations UK. And they're saying they have no connection to Mohammed Hijab. But then before the first video comes out, Hijab tweets, not some random people who are unaffiliated with me. Even if it said someone's going to be releasing a video, it would be obvious that they're connected to you somehow. You're in contact with them. But he doesn't even say that. He doesn't even say someone's going to be releasing a video. He's so stupid. He says, I will release a video in 30 to 60 minutes, which will directly respond to some questions. So he puts it out on his Twitter page. I will release this video in 30 to 60 minutes. And you go there and this has nothing to do with Mohammed Hijab. It is completely unconnected to Mohammed Hijab. It has nothing to do with the UK. It's like what level of stupid do you have to be? Oh, that's pretty bad, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, guys, how stupid is this? This is their hero. This is their hero. This is their hero of Dawah. Criminal mastermind here.
Questions. He didn't say an anonymous group will be releasing a video. He said, I will release a video. Hence, clearly stating that this video was from him. After all, he states it will directly respond to some questions. And then 4 days later, on April 12th, he specifically states, in the original video I made. He is definitively stating that he made the video. There is...
Wait, let's go back there. So and when you present your so-called evidence, be sure to include the last digits. They've darkened most of it out, but I can read it. Last digits of my UK number. This is when he was saying, guys, this was terrible. And like anyone with like an IQ of 40 instantly saw how stupid this was, but not for the reason it's being used right here. His message was, oh, if she's telling the truth, then it will be linked to my main phone number and not to like some other burner phone or something like that. So show that it's coming from my main phone when he is elsewhere, acknowledge that he uses multiple phones and stuff like that. But yeah, people were focusing on how stupid that was. Ha ha! She's getting messages that is from a number that is not my official phone number. Ha ha! I'm innocent. But then he goes on to say, in the original video I made, and it's on a video claiming to have nothing to do with Mohammed Hijab, and no connection to hijab, and not even from the UK. And yes, I'm releasing a video, and in the original video I made, and you go to the video, this has nothing to do with Mohammed Hijab. It is not from him. Just want to be clear to all you pusillanimous people who've been intellectually molested that this is not Mohammed Hijab speaking here. What a dope, man. This is multiple levels of stupid.
He is definitively stating that he made the video. There is no room for ambiguity. It is clear cut. Mohammed Hijab states that he made the video released on April 8th. A video that featured a cryptic AI narrator while referring to himself in third person so that he wouldn't have to deny the allegations and instead could lead the public down a path of deflection and diversion. But here's where it gets really interesting and deeply troubling. Just a few days back on April 26th, the same channel featuring the same AI narrator released a follow-up video just 1 hour after our release of the interview between Ali Dawah and Sister Aisha. Except this time, they quickly put emphasis that this channel is not affiliated with Mohammed Hijab.
This channel is not a
Hello? Is this my wife? I want you to know. I sent you the clip of Aisha confessing that she was never married to me. But whatever you do, please don't go on my Twitter page. Or behind veils. I forbid it. I forbid it. You will be intellectually molested if you do. All right. Hijab out. What a criminal mastermind, yeah.
I forgot to mention that in that email they show on screen, the one that allegedly sent to the Sharia Council, where the Sheikh or the Mufti, whatever, that they sent it to doesn't work. They say the guy who's sending this clips writes that she admitted that they were engaged, but the marriage never went through, which is yet a third different version, right? So first Hijab said, "I never knew this woman." And then he said,
yeah,
"Oh,
she's just a crazy stalker."
She was a stalker. Mm-hmm. And now he's saying that they were engaged at some point, but it was called off before it went through.
Yeah, I don't think the engaged part's going to work well for you either, Hijab, because your real concern is about one of your wives finding out about this and leaving with your kids again. So, dude, you suck at this, Hijab. You are really, really bad at this. What were you thinking that you could get away with this? Oh, man.
Hijab.
This channel is not affiliated with Mohammed Hijab.
So how did this AI-backed channel get a private voice note that was sent only to Mohammed Hijab from Dr. Abu Aya?
Good question.
How did they get a voice note that was sent privately from Sheikh Mohammed Torana directly to Mohammed Hijab?
Yeah, guys, you catching all this? So in addition to Mohammed Hijab saying, yeah, I released a video, yeah, and in my first video, and then the channel saying, this has nothing to do with Mohammed Hijab and it's not in the UK, even though it says UK in it. In addition to all that, there's stuff that was sent directly to Mohammed Hijab that somehow ends up in these videos. In other words, Hijab is the one with the audio clips of this stuff on his phone from the Sheikh, from Dr. Abu Aya, and yet this person who has no connection to Mohammed Hijab has everything on Mohammed Hijab's phone. This is weird, man. It's just weird. Did this person hack Mohammed Hijab's phone and steal these messages? Must have. They hacked his phone to defend him. And then he accidentally types, "Oh yeah, it was me. I did it. It was me."
In the video, they actually claim they got the clip from Ali Dawah. The private voice note sent to Mohammed Hijab. They say, Ali Dawah supplied this note for our first video.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Ali Dawah. Sadly, Mohammed Hijab said that he did it, but I guess he can say Ali Dawah hacked his Twitter. Ali Dawah accidentally used his Twitter account and not, I don't know how they're going to explain it, but.
And most importantly, how is it that Mohammed Hijab initially stated that he created the first video with the AI narrator, but is now trying to distance himself from the channel? He has been caught in a series of clear contradictions, clear lies.
That's true.
But what could possibly be the motive? Why claim you created the first video, but then have the same AI narrator state that there is no affiliation?
Guys, you catching that? It's like every time. It's like 27 different things that are all exposing this guy. So here, Hijab admitted that he sent the first video. He admitted that. But then he's denying that he had anything to do with the second video when it's on the exact same channel using the exact same AI voice. But it's got nothing to do with him, even though he did the first one with the same AI voice on the exact same channel. Well, this guy's multiple levels of stupid right here.
It is very simple. Either you have bipolar personality disorder.
It wouldn't be bipolar. It would be
No, it wouldn't.
No. I think he sees the bi there and he thinks that's what they used to call it multiple personality disorder. They call it I think they call it dissociative identity disorder now. Like if you think you have different personalities or something like that. But yeah, he's Hijab. This dude just gave you your way out, man. He just gave you your way out. Just come out and say you've got dissociative identity disorder, and you have multiple personalities, and and that's why you had no recollection of being with this Aisha, because it wasn't you. It was a different personality in your head. And just say, hey, I've got different personalities for all my different wives. And then when I made a video, yeah, I made it with one personality. And then I switched to my other personality. I was like, what? I didn't make that. So then I denied it. But then, I switched back to the original personality in my tweet. And I was like, yes, I made that. And then I came back and said, no, I didn't make that when I switched personalities. Dude, that's your only way out. I just gave you your only way out.
Or you are frantically trying to remove any form of liability, both legally and in the court of public opinion. In the second video, the same AI avatar that Hijab
there, because as long as Hijab was, as long as there's just an allegation of him sleeping with a woman, maybe tricking her into it, he really didn't have any legal liability. But now he's committed multiple actual crimes by frauding, creating these fake things.
No, Elon Musk is setting him up for these crimes.
Of course. And I've learned from this situation, I didn't know previously, but I've learned that it's actually very easy to win a libel court or a slander case in the UK. Much easier than
much easier, yeah.
Yeah, so if Aisha decides to take him to court,
which she should,
he's in big trouble.
Everyone catching that? So there's the other thing. Hijab is mainly concerned about two things, guys. Two things. So we've been pointing out he's obviously concerned about one of his wives finding out about the other wives, one of the wives who has his kids, because she has shown in the past when she caught him doing this, she left him for a year and a half or whatever they said, and then comes back to him and as long as you don't do this to me again, Mohammed Hijab, we'll try to make it work out. And then he's getting exposed for doing it again. So that's one disaster waiting to happen. But here's the thing. In order to try and dupe his wife into thinking that he had nothing to do with this, he faked a lot of stuff. They're photoshopping stuff. They're using AI, fake AI confessions and so on. So he's doing all this. He's doing all this stuff to try and dupe his wife. Not realizing you are breaking multiple laws here and you can be sued for all of this. You could be sued for everything. And he's so focused on, just let me dupe my wife. Let me deceive her again. And now he's going to end up in court over all this stuff and paying piles and piles of money. And that's why, after realizing that, oh, no, this channel has nothing to do with Mohammed Hijab. What an idiot. This is like Tate level stupid, man. This is like beyond Tate level stupid. Oh, boy.
Featured in the first video, now relays an alleged confession by Sister Aisha. This time, somehow in the past few days, they magically captured her speaking to an anonymous mufti and confessing that she didn't actually marry Hijab.
Pretty convenient.
So did you marry Hijab or not?
I didn't marry him, but if I told people this, they would think I'm crazy and so on.
Do you think this is fair on him and his family?
With all due respect to yourself, I can take my rights with my own hand.
And I would just like to say that I'm working for Elon Musk. He paid me $100 billion to set up Mohammed Hijab because he said, I must set up Mohammed Hijab because of his powerful Dawah that must be stopped. This Dawah is too strong and I will give all my money to you if you lie about him and set him up.
To be clear,
yeah, I think that's about how it goes.
Distinctive.
That's a very funny phrase she goes there too. With all due respect to yourself. I mean, who talks like that? Who says to yourself? Well, I know one person who talks like that, Mohammed Hijab.
Yeah, it sounds exactly like I was waiting for her to say,
and you will be intellectually molested, you little weakling.
Accent makes it immediately evident that it is. There is no ambiguity. We've run this audio through advanced software designed to detect AI-generated voices, and as clearly shown on the screen, this recording doesn't match any of the indicators.
First off, as someone who has spoken at great lengths with Sister Aisha, this sounds nothing like her. It is clearly a desperate attempt to try and deceive the public. But let's not take my word for it. Let's use the same AI detection tool they used to validate whether or not this was AI. Let's head over to 11 Labs, a website used to generate AI voices. Here, we'll go ahead and upload the extracted clip of what they claim is Sister Aisha's confession.
1 second here. We've got someone in the green room here. We'll go ahead and play this. Not getting any audio first. Let's see.
I didn't marry him, but if I told people this, they would think I'm crazy and so on. With all due respect to yourself, I can take my rights with my own hand.
Subhanallah. It states that there is a 98% probability that this audio was generated by 11 labs. I don't know how much sloppier Hijab and his incompetent deepfake team could get. Not only did they generate a voice clip that didn't sound like her, but they literally showed the world exactly where they did it.
Pretty smart.
All while trying to dupe and deceive the public by showing a screenshot trying to validate their malicious claim. In addition, they state,
The voice note is a recorded conversation with a qualified mufti who has chosen to remain anonymous.
so now they want to protect this random and anonymous mufti's identity. But when it came to Sheikh Torana, who did not want his name to be used anywhere, they happily disclosed it and have used his voice clips in nearly every video.
Sheikh Mohammed of Speaker's Corner, Mr. Tarani, Mohammed Tarani's permission.
Tarone, Mohammed Tarone.
This completely contradictory reasoning just does not add up. Unless, of course, you have no ethical or religious basis and you're in damage control mode and doing anything and everything to save yourself from drowning.
That kind of sounds exactly like what this is. Full damage control mode, panicking, and doing anything and everything you can to save yourself from drowning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, since when did Mohammed Hijab or Ali Dawah have a problem disclosing people's names who are supposed to be anonymous? But suddenly when it comes to this guy, they're like, oh, we can't disclose his name. He didn't want us to.
1 second. We got a call here. Let me see. Not hearing anything.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. There we go. I had to actually bring you in.
Okay. I'm not sure how to not share my screen, but that's okay.
You're good because your screen's not on. I took it off.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, we have this is Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslim here.
Hey everyone.
Hi. So yeah,
we're doing a little more Mohammed Hijab today.
Yeah, we're trying to get everyone totally up to date on this, and I was telling Thaddeus, this is all the main stuff has come out now. So once people are caught up on this, it looks like we've gone through all the main stuff, but we know there's going to be some sort of follow up, either from the Sharia Council or something. Like there'll be some sort of resolution to everything. Aisha suing him and then having the court. But as far as the information that people need to be aware of, seems like all the main information has come out. So we're just getting everyone up to date on it. Right now we're going through the Behind Veils AI clip. We're almost through that, and then we've got the long video about Mohammed Hijab blackmailing a sheikh to cover up what he did.
Oh, yeah. So I don't know if you know this, David, but the other day I saw in Ali Dawah's channel, he was saying that apparently he's going to release something about Sheikh Turane, like something about why he was really at the hospital. So there's going to be more coming soon, I have a feeling.
Guys, this is bad. I mean, think about this. It was threats against the Behind Veils guys, both of them. Hey, we'll destroy you. We've been digging up dirt on you. We've got the dirt on you. We will expose you if you dare. If you dare go against Mohammed Hijab. Then they did it anyway. Before that, they were threatening Aisha, I'll ruin your reputation. I'll humiliate you. I'll let you be known as a prostitute in the entire Muslim community. Your entire life will be ruined forever. Me, I'll get past it. You won't. You'll be doomed forever, known as a hotel prostitute. That's what you'll be known as. So he's threatening her, and then now it's a sheikh and they've apparently threatened him. And based on what you just said, Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslim, based on what you just said, sounds like Ali Dawah is planning on carrying through with the threat, or at least threatening it.
I'm about to release some scandalous photos of Sheikh Tarana, yeah? And we's gonna expose him for what he was really in the hospital for, and it's because of all these diseases he got from all his muta wives.
Or he's gonna have some crazy story like that. But this might be an actual threat, like,
hey, yo, Sheikh Tarana, you hear me? I was about to expose you, so you need to come out and say, yeah, that none of this is true. That behind veils, they's the one who's blackmailing you. Yeah, you gotta say that, innit? And we're proud of that.
So that's what it looks like, guys. But man, it's weird. It's like with Ali Dawah, it's like, dude, are you seriously clinging to Mohammed Hijab as he sinks? But there's part of me that's like, you're sticking with your buddy, man. You're loyal. That's good. Right? There's that sort of, he's remaining loyal to his buddy. So that is a good quality, but it's for what? It's for what? To lie against the Sheikh and destroy a Sheikh's life and destroy a woman's life and destroy the lives of anyone who tries to expose your guys. It's like, dude, you're clinging to pure evil, Ali Dawah. Why? Because you're evil too. Sick stuff. What were you saying?
They don't want to let it end. Like, this video just got released by Behind Veils, and we're like, okay, this is really it. Oh no, now it's like they're trying to spin it, like why he was really in the hospital. Like, what could you possibly make up about that? Like, what could he possibly be in the hospital for that's so scandalous?
And how come all these guys keep all this information on everyone around them at all times? It's like no one trusts each other, and everyone is keeping like files of information and recordings around about everyone else on the Dawah scene, because no one trusts anyone else because they all know they're evil liars. Fun stuff. All right, let's jump back into this video here.
But the intriguing narrative continues,
where she explains that what transpired was a failed engagement, not a marriage.
So the same AI narrator that Hijab initially utilized, where he claimed to have created the video, is now relaying that Sister Aisha confesses to a failed engagement. And this time, the AI narrator, as an extension of Hijab, does not deny such a claim. So it went from being a crazy stalker to now being a failed engagement. I guess that makes sense when you keep trying to change your story, especially after we released an audio recording of Sister Aisha's father testifying that Hijab had called him twice, seeking his daughter's hand in marriage.
Where she explained,
oh yeah, so it wasn't just her word at that point, it was her father's word saying, yes, I talked to this guy. Oh, this is evil. This is messed up, guys. So yeah, I just caught how all that is connected. At first, Hijab, it's basically Hijab's word versus her word. And at that point, he's just saying, crazy stalker, crazy stalker, crazy stalker. You've got no evidence. She's just a crazy stalker. I got nothing to do with this lady. But then they submitted her father's testimony. Yes, Hijab did contact me about marrying my daughter. So, but the guy didn't know anything beyond that. He didn't know any of the other stuff. So he just knows Hijab is pursuing my daughter for marriage. And so what happens then? Oh yes, there was an engagement, but he's still denying the marriage. So they're slowly admitting things that are being proven against them, but keep changing their story. Isn't that interesting? Why didn't you come out with the true story to begin with if you're the one telling the truth? Crazy stuff.
That what transpired was a failed engagement, not a marriage.
Yeah, and while they were frantically rushing to create this video, they forgot to AI generate the audio of her explaining this so-called failed engagement. I mean, after all, the video they released is titled Full Confession, yet we only got a 10-second AI-generated audio. I guess they didn't have the time to fabricate the rest of the conversation. We reached out to Sister Aisha. She was in complete shock. How far are they willing to go in order to deceive the public and to silence her? First, it was a barrage of character assassination attempts to deflect from the allegations. Then you had 5 to 10 second sound bites taking things completely out of context. Then you even had Ali Dawah presenting evidence that Sister Aisha had photoshopped a text message, which was quickly debunked and proven to have been maliciously fabricated in an effort to frame her. A matter in which Ali Dawah remains completely silent and has gone hiding in his shell. And now you have an AI-generated voice trying to impersonate Sister Aisha, all while Mohammed Hijab shares the clip, laughing hysterically.
Oh, yeah, he actually had the emoji there. Ha, ha, ha. By the way, is that the one where he turned off comments? You can't even comment on it? I think on his Twitter, on that tweet, you can't comment. He turned off the tweets because everyone was exposing him. I think it was that one.
Wow. That's crazy.
This is bad and pathetic. And
That's
if
a
he
sign
turned...
of a
Go ahead.
That's a sign of a truth teller right there, turning off the comments.
Yeah. And think, I mean, he's got so many followers who will just mindlessly agree with everything he says. That means that it's like there's enough people exposing him where, okay, I got to turn these off. It's not working. Pretty sad.
Mohammed Hijab shares the clip, laughing hysterically. And then you have his partner in crime, Ali Dawah, demanding an apology from myself because of this AI-generated confession. Both of these guys are not just clowns. They are delusional. They are liars. They are masters of deception.
I wouldn't call them masters of deception.
Yeah.
I would say they're pure crap at deception. I would say they're compulsive, chronic liars. Yeah, but masters of deception, no. They're a true master of deception is not going to get caught this easily for everything he does.
I think my 7-year-old daughter can lie better than them.
Yeah.
For people so big in this Dawah world, they have so many famous people, so many resources. These lies are the worst thing I've ever seen. All these videos that have come out.
It's embarrassingly terrible.
Are criminals. In response to their pathetic attempts to try and frame her, Sister Aisha took a firm oath, a challenge, and a Mubahala against Mohammed Hijab.
A channel called False Accusations published a video titled Full Confession, Game Over, that was released on April 26, 2025. Around the minute 1 and 10 seconds mark, a deep fake voice falsely claims that I confessed to never marrying Mohammed Hijab. This was a repulsive lie. I hereby declare a Mubahala against Mohammed Hijab.
Yeah, Hijab, do you even Mubahala, bro? Do you even Mubahala? We've seen you challenge people to Mubahala. Suddenly, this woman's saying that she was married to you and challenging you to Mubahala, and you won't even go near her. What is this? Why aren't you exposing her? Isn't that weird? So 2 things we know about Mohammed Hijab, I mean, apart from all the other horrible stuff, but he's really quick to go Mubahala and he's really quick to go lawsuits. And here he's doing neither. And instead it's her. She's the one challenging him. You coming across as all kinds of fake, Hijab.
Bismillah, in the name of Allah, I stand before Allah, the one who knows what is hidden and what is revealed. I declare with full knowledge of what this means. I never made those statements. I didn't marry him. That is not my voice. I never had such conversation. If I am lying in what I have said, then I ask you, Allah, to send your curse upon me, to disgrace me in this world and the next, and to make me a warning sign for those who lie. Ya Allah, send your judgment upon the one who is lying. اللهم اجعل لعنتك على الكاذب منا في الدنيا قبل الآخرة وأظهر الحق واضحا جليا. I ask you, Allah, to bring justice not tomorrow but in this life. Expose the liar amongst us for the world to see, and let the truth be seen. وحسبي الله ونعم الوكيل.
Well, Hijab is being exposed. Can't say it's because of that Mubahala, but he is being exposed.
Yeah, unfortunately for Aisha, the world's seeing the truth. The Muslims are seeing the truth, and a lot of people just don't care. I've had many Muslims come to the comments on my videos and be like, so what? I don't care. Right? They just flat out say it. They don't try to deny it or anything. They just say, I don't care.
Yeah, and guys, we haven't even gotten to the worst of it. I mean, from an Islamic perspective, we aren't even at the worst stuff yet. because we're about to go through what, from an Islamic perspective, would be the worst of it. Mohammed Hijab blackmailing a sheikh in order to cover up what he did. This is rough stuff. But what do you expect from these narcissists here? All right, let's take a couple super chats, and then we'll jump into this next video. Mohammed Hijab trying to get off the couch and stop the wife's toothbrush. What is that? Oh, no, I already read these. Your camera lost the Mubahala. Yeah, I read that. You can be everything to all the religions, the Messiah and the Mahdi, the Dajjal and the Beast, the Prophet and the Goat. We will be all of them. We will be all the things of all the religions. I am the men of Al-Zut. Oh, not. It's messed up. It's messed up. I keep getting all these messages from all these Indian dudes. And they're like, that's right. That's what we did to him. It's like, wait, what? They're bragging about what their ancestors did to Muhammad in the desert. It's pretty crazy. But it's funny. I need to start screenshotting those. You see, maybe drinks Camel Pete. Wait, why are you going to, you don't know what he drinks, man. The messenger of D Wood Mahdi is Masab Hassan Yusuf. Yes. Kind of using my Masab voice. Hey, I have watched your videos about the Christian answer to why they're suffering. We Hindus believe in 4 yugas similar to some Christian concepts. Tarun, we are not interested in veganism. You're not going to build a bridge and then convince us to all become vegans, dude. You see how he does it too? He doesn't just, he's given up just full, frontal attack saying, hey, you guys need to be vegans. Now it's, hey, we agree. We agree on why they're suffering. We agree. Now you should all agree with us and become vegans. Let's see. Moderate YouTuber Lubna Candid is under attack by Dawah gang for exposing their halal mission. Please check out her channel. Yeah, we already did that. We went through that last night. And we shared her GoFundMe because she does need to get to a secure location. Let me see what she's up to. She only asked for £1,000 just to do a quick relocation. She's up to £13,800. So she should be good, and more money will keep coming in. And so just have to thank all you guys who threaten people for your entire adult lives. You're making them rich. And I encourage everyone to go over and support Candid with Lubna's channel and support the GoFundMe if you can. That's a good general principle. You saw how much this enraged them when they threatened AP, and then a bunch of people sent AP money for his security. They're still complaining about that. You've seen that, right? You've seen that, right, Thaddeus? They use that with their own fans. Yeah. Why do I have to beg for $10 when they gave AP $100,000 for nothing? Like you're complaining that that other people are generous and you guys, you're the Ummah isn't. Mm-hmm. So yeah, everyone. Support her GoFundMe if you can, but at the very least, share her videos and stuff. Share the video that she posted and so on. We want her to be safe, and we don't want her to be silenced by a bunch of walking clown emojis.
Yeah, I mean, the sad part about the whole thing is she wasn't even directly criticizing Islam.
Yeah, she's like a nice, she's like extremely nice and
yeah. She made it quite clear, like, this isn't about a religion. This is about individuals. This is about people doing wrong things. I want better for the community, right? She's still part of the community. I guess she's probably not really Muslim, but she isn't something else, right? So she's like, this is my community. I want better for my community. We have to call out bad behavior. There are many good Muslims. There's many good people. And then the response is, we will silence you. We'll destroy you. We'll make you pull down all your videos that are being kind and mildly, very softly pointing out problems within the community. Well, guess what? People like David and I, we don't have to be nice. Yeah. We can look at the same issues and we can say this is all about Islam.
And what's crazy is she was basically calling things out. Messed up things that bad people, and she's always, hey, I'm not talking about the good ones here, I'm talking about the bad ones, but calling out the things that the bad ones are doing. She said the reason she's doing that is one of the main accusations against the Pakistani community is you guys aren't calling out all the messed up stuff. Like you guys complain about other stuff. You're not like freaking out over the grooming gangs. If there was a bunch of grooming gangs in my group for some reason, I would have a real problem with that, and I would want that exposed. And somehow you guys are silent and you side with the guys who are doing it and stuff. What's going on here? So she's trying to help your reputation by saying, okay, we should be calling this stuff out. And what do? We'll kill you if you bring this stuff up.
You know, David, this is also why my husband and I were talking. This is why a lot of women don't do this work, because of these types of threats out there.
Yeah. No, that's true. And I think I just mentioned that yesterday, that everything that they come at us with, I'm talking about me, AP, Thaddeus, anything they're going to say about us, they can say all those same things about women, but they say extra things. They've got extra threats against women. They've got extra means of intimidation against women. And if it's, I mean, think about Lumna. She's a single mom with 2 kids. You do not want to play around with these guys. You can't play around with these guys. You saw what they just did in Sweden to Salman Momika and so on. It's like there are people who are willing to just straight up kill over this. And they stormed Mufti Abu Layth's house, and Mufti Abu Layth is a big muscle-bound dude. Lumna's just like herself, living with her kids and stuff. And so this is a massively dysfunctional group here doing this stuff. It's messed up. So yeah, guys, support Candid with Lumna's channel. We'll see what she's going to do in the future, but right now she needs to get to a safer spot because they know where she is. And we know what happened. We know what can happen when they know where you are. All around the same time as Elon threatened him. Yeah, it's amazing. It's clearly Elon. Mojab's neurons unionized and left mid-sentence. That's true. Hijab has more lies and contradictions than the Quran, and that's impressive. That is a record. Thaddeus has Fabio hair. Mohammed Hijab, me so strong because I'm so dumb. Let's see. Mohammed Hijab worried that he will be exposed by others using disappearing messages, etc., that he ended up exposing himself on his own. Proverbs 22:8 in action. Mojab will have a Mubahala with the concept of truth before Aisha. Yes, he declare Mubahala. D-Wood, please explain Mubahala for the peoples. Yeah, Mubahala, guys, is an Islamic prayer duel. If you can't show who the liar is, but they can do it with non-Muslims. Like you could have a prayer duel between Christians and Muslims or something like this. And that's where you would get together, you would say whatever your position is, and the other person would say what his position is, and then you'd say, and we both agree, and we invite Allah to curse the liar. And they can even make it specific. They can say like, this person's life will be destroyed within 1 year or something like that. But yeah, that's a Mubahala. And then you wait and see. And then you wait and see what happens and who's cursed. So that's a Mubahala. And then to be fair, David, the supposed best wielder of deception can be found out pretty easily if you properly read his stuff. They have a bad role model. Or he's the best role model for evil people. This Muhammad guy sounds really cool and smart and truthful. Yeah, he sure does. Mojab given Allah a challenge for best deceiver. No, Hijab is terrible at this. He's really coming really rapid fire with the lies and stuff, but he's doing a terrible job of making them believable. It's really bad, guys. All right, we anything else before we jump into this next video? Because this is the real one. This is the one that is turning even lots of Muslims against him. People who were, I saw this in the comments of the video. There are people saying, I believed Aisha, or I was on. I mean, I believe Aisha was lying. I believed Hijab until this. This is really messed up. So for some people, the AI stuff didn't do it. The photoshopping didn't do it. The blackmailing a Sheikh, that's the one where they're like, huh. Because now keep in mind, now they have someone else's testimony that's not Aisha and not her dad. Now they've got someone else in here. And like, well, why would this guy be lying? Why would this guy be making this up? So there are people looking at this going, now we actually think Hijab was lying.
Yeah, just one quick thing related to that super chat there with Mohammed Hijab, narrating about himself, saying, "Oh, he seems a very smart guy" or whatever. It kind of actually does that in the video. Towards the end, why it's trying to give an excuse for why Mohammed Hijab won't do a Mubahala. It's like, Mohammed Hijab has 1.29 million subscribers and he has 400 million video views. And these other channels, they have small numbers of subscribers and views. So why would he do a Mubahala? So it's kind of just like trying to make him sound really important, too important to fail, I guess.
Yeah, that's just... Oh, go ahead.
Sounds like a narcissist. It sounds like a narcissist. That's a typical narcissist playbook. Like, I'm so wonderful. I have 1.2 million subscribers. Da da da.
Yeah, and it's just ridiculous because I'm so important. Yeah, that's why you should be concerned with restoring your reputation. And she's challenging you to a Mubahala, and we've seen you challenge people to Mubahala before. And so, to defend yourself and expose her as the liar, what are you supposed to do from an Islamic perspective? Everyone's believing her now, Hijab. The people who are siding with you are the people who are like just your mindless followers who don't even care what you do. You could be going out and doing and treating every Muslim on the planet like a total prostitute. They wouldn't care. So those are the people who are on your side. Do you want to show other people, the rest of the ummah, that you are not in the wrong here? Well, how would you do that? Mubahala, or sue her for lying. But all we see is her coming after you and you backing down like a little coward and putting out fake AI stuff and so on and posting this on a different channel, and you're too stupid to keep it quiet that it's to get people to believe that it's not your channel. You blurt out that it's your channel and it's your video and stuff, and then you go into panic mode once you find out it's illegal. It's like Andrew Tate. When Andrew Tate was bragging about this stuff, yeah, I did it, yeah, I did it, yeah, I did it, yeah, I did it, yeah, I did it. And then, oh, wait, it's illegal? Oh, that's not me, that was all a lie, that was all a lie. That's like Hijab. Yes, I released this video. Hey, Hijab, it's illegal if you're actually like, no, that's not me, that channel has no connection to me. This is pathetic. Oh, boy. This amateur hour. Ugh. Okay. Let's check out this new video, guys. And again, you've seen all this stuff so far. The worst in the minds of many Muslims will be what's about to happen right now. The blackmailing a poor, innocent sheikh.
What you're about to witness will shake you. It will anger you. And it will leave you in shock. It is disturbing. It is raw. It is real. This is not just about deception or a scandal. This is about spiritual betrayal, blackmail, and a cover-up at the highest levels of our religious Dawah scene. And it's time you heard the full truth. It is the catalyst which forced us to make the difficult decision of going public. But before I begin, I want to quickly address a recurring question throughout our presentation of this case. Why have you not released everything all at once? There is a simple answer, but it is rooted in exercising wisdom and employing strategy while handling this rather complex case. When we first interacted with Hijab, it became abundantly apparent that he was using deception and intimidation tactics paired with veiled threats. He came prepared to play a dirty game, one that would entail coercion, trickery, lies, and doing everything in his capacity to suppress the truth and save his reputation.
Sounds exactly like Mohammed Hijab. So your read on him has been entirely correct. By the way, I like the way they've gone about this. For the people saying, why aren't you releasing everything all at once? Keep in mind, if they had released everything all at once, Hijab basically would have been forced to admit it at the beginning, right? He would have realized I can't deny all this, and he would have just said, yeah, I did it, and so on, and then tried to handle things with his wife. By releasing it slowly, and he doesn't know everything they have, and he doesn't know whom he has successfully blackmailed and silenced as well, and he doesn't know what they actually screenshotted of his disappearing messages and so on. By releasing it slowly, it actually got him to lie. Because every time they release something, he's like, ha, that's all they have on me, therefore I can lie about this. And then they come out with something that exposes him as a liar for that. And then, oh, well, if that's all they have, then I can say this. And then they expose him for that. And so This has been flawless as far as I can tell. The way Behind Veils has been going about this so far, especially trying to deal with things behind the scenes, and then it doesn't work, and then they slowly start it, and then they're contacting him, trying to get him to deal with it behind the scenes. He's insulting and threatening them, and he'll destroy you, and he'll destroy her and stuff, and even talking about how this is going to affect her kid and so on. Like horrible, horrible, horrible deception and manipulation. And with that, I'd have to say, I can't see how they could have done this any better as far as like exposing this guy. This has been flawless from their side. Job side, not so much. Like how I can't imagine how you could be any dumber. Like how could you possibly be any stupider in how you've handled this?
Hence why we made the decision to slowly release the various elements of this case. And what happened from the beginning was exactly what we had expected, but on a level we could never have fathomed. With each video that was released, whether it was a proxy AI video on behalf of Mohammed Hijab or the vindictive and vicious attacks from Ali Dawah, they began unraveling their real nature and deceitful claims. The recurring theme of each video became crystal clear, and it is something I had forewarned in my very first video, that they would resort to character assassination in an attempt to deflect from the allegations on deck.
And with the character assassination, so that's what it looks like he's about to do, that they're about to do that with Sheikh Tarana, right? That's what it looks like, or at least they're threatening it. So, poor.
Yeah, incidentally, the video that Ali Dawah that put out attacking Salman, the guy on the screen here, all of the comments are just like, this is really shameful. I was your fan. I'm unsubscribing, stuff like that. To Ali Dawah's benefit, it has barely any views. It has like, I don't know, a third or 10% of his usual views. But those who have watched it, almost 100%. Like I went through every comment, and it was like maybe like 1 or 2% that were supporting him. All the rest, to the point where he posts a pinned message that says, I know that all the Christians have come in and invaded my comment section, but just in case there's an actual Muslim here, know that I'm in the right.
I just don't understand how they think this tactic is working still at this point. Like, you know, every time Salman releases a video, oh, this is the end, this is what we got on them, but nobody's believing them anymore. Like this whole tactic of trying to have dirt and this and that, people aren't buying it anymore.
And that's why it's so crazy that, like, I mean, you got to be able to read the room and realize this isn't working. And it sounds like they have no plan B. We'll just keep attacking. We'll just keep attacking in all directions. Hang on, I think we got Abdullah here. Let's see. Yo, how you doing?
Hey. Sorry about being late. It's been a day. Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so yep, we're just we went through Thaddeus's new video, and we went through the AI video from Behind Veils exposing the fake AI, and now we're just starting the video about these guys blackmailing a Sheikh, and we're kind of talking about how crazy it is that after they've been exposed on all this stuff, after like people are turning against them and like their comments are filled with, the comment section are filled with, dude, this is bad, this is messed up what you're doing here. Sounds like they're going to keep going through with it. And that they're going to, so they tried to trash Aisha's reputation, then tried to trash the Behind Veils guys' reputations, and now it's we're going to go after Sheikh Tarana. And for anyone who's wondering why, we've already seen one, Mohammed Hijab's trying to keep his wife in the dark because she will run off with his kids again. So that's one. Wants to keep her in the dark. Two, he's actually broken the law repeatedly and can be sued. In fact, she may be about to do that. It might be, hey, let's let the Islamic Council of Europe or whatever make their decision. But after that, I'm gonna sue this guy for lying and doing this AI stuff and so on. But beyond all that, apart from all that, Hijab has admitted that probably 85% of these Dawah guys are all doing these like polygamous marriages. And so they're all doing this. They're all doing these. I mean, why do you think they do shows defending secret second marriages and so on? They're doing that. They're doing that. They're defending this stuff so that when people find out about this, oh, what are you doing? You got this secret second wives and stuff. They've already defended it. But guess what? Guess what? Guess what? If all these guys are doing this messed up stuff behind the scenes, they are on the verge of like another Me Too. Now, you had Mosque Me Too after the Me Too movement started a few years ago. You had Mosque Me Too where people were talking, all these women were talking about like being molested while taking the pilgrimage to Mecca and stuff like this and what they do, you know, at the Kaaba and stuff, and how there's all these guys constantly groping them even when they're walking circles around the Kaaba. So it's like the sexual assault capital of the world. But they don't want something like that, right? Sometimes it just takes one woman to come forward and then other women come forward in solidarity and so on. And so I guarantee you all the Dawah guys are in panic mode because no matter how they treat these women, they can always make it clear that if you ever come forward and try to expose us, we have way more followers on our side than you do. And we will rain down fire on you, and you will come out with your reputation absolutely destroyed in the Muslim community. Your family will disown you. We will destroy your reputation. Everyone will think you are a deranged prostitute by the time we're done. So if a Dawah guy has treated you horribly, do you even want to come forward about it? No, you're just like, let me take the L and go live my life. I do not want to be exposed by these guys. And that's exactly what will happen if I ever say one word about them. If Aisha actually takes down one of the top Dawah guys on the planet just by speaking the truth and exposing him, that sends a very clear message to other women. As long as you have the truth on your side and you do not back down from these guys and you don't let them push you around and bully you into silence, you can actually win and expose them and keep them from doing this to other women. And so the Dawah guys, they know this. We cannot let this succeed. We can't. And so that's probably one of the reasons Ali Dawah is so strict on this. Ali Dawah is probably doing this stuff too, and he's probably in full panic mode that someone's going to expose him for it too. If they weren't so evil, people might feel bad for them. Gosh, these poor guys are stuck. They're about to be exposed. All right, we ready to go back to this video?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go.
Subhanahu wa ta'ala warns us about the day of judgment in Surah An-Nur.
Oh my goodness. I don't care about all the moaning and stuff like that, but I don't know what's copyrighted as far as if this counts as music or not. So I'll just read it here.
Yeah, it's happened to me. I've actually got flagged. One of my old videos had Quran music. I was gonna say Quran in it.
Music is haram. Music is haram. Okay, so you're saying this stuff does count as far as YouTube is concerned. It's in the music category.
They license it. The site is license it and could be copyright. So I would skip it and be careful. Yeah.
All right, I'll just.
I don't know this particular one, but some of them are. So.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. So I'll just read this. On a day when their tongues, their hands.
Because you're scared. The Kafir is scared of the Quran.
They will hear the Quran, and they know that they will all convert if they hear the Quran.
See, it is a proof.
He's trying to cover up the Quran from all his followers because they would convert if they heard it.
You're scared.
Yeah, guys, if you want to hear the Quran, go over to Hijab's video where he just reads the Quran for like 45 minutes or something, and then you can go take a shower afterwards because you'll need one. But the verse says, on a day when their tongues, their hands, and their feet will bear witness against them as to what they used to do. Wait, that's it? Huh. Okay, that's it. Oh, there we go. On that day, Allah will give them their just penalty in full, and they will come to know that Allah alone is the ultimate truth. Okay, that was it. Those are the verses that were powerfully sung. All right.
Is not a deceit that has been concealed until the day of judgment, but rather it is one where their evilness and transgressions have continued to unravel before our very own eyes. Back in August of 2024, we were contacted by a sister, one we have referred to with the alias of Sister Aisha. She came forward with a painful and deeply complex account of a marriage with Mohammed Hijab, one that involved deception, full secrecy, and left her feeling used by being tricked into a hotel marriage. Over the next 8 months, we did not rush to conclusions. We questioned her story multiple times from every angle. We scrutinized the evidence, text messages, narrative recordings, and alleged witness statements. We spoke with a sheikh who confirmed his knowledge of the marriage. Allow me to repeat that. We spoke with a sheikh who confirmed his knowledge of the marriage.
Is that Sheikh Tirana or a different Sheikh?
It is Sheikh Tirana. They're going to talk about it later on in the video, but yes. And he actually confirmed quite a lot of information about it, not just that, as Hijab has alleged, that, oh, Aisha came to him and gave a story, but no, he did his own investigation, figured out who one of the witnesses was, got them to confirm that it happened, and then kind of confronted Hijab about it and got into trouble with Hijab as a result.
So this is making actually an important point, because they're talking about how they went about it versus how, Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah went about it. And they're like, guys, before we ever came public with it, we already had confirmation from a sheikh. We knew this has happened. We knew this. So when we heard you guys lying about it, and we knew we had confirmation from a sheikh, not just from Aisha. We had Aisha, we had her dad confirming that Mohammed Hijab was talked to him and wanted to pursue his daughter in marriage, and we had a sheikh who acknowledges stuff. That's before we ever went public with any of this stuff. So we knew what was going on, and you guys started lying about it, which has caused it. Seems like Behind Veils has done everything as correctly as they possibly can. I cannot think of one word of criticism about how they've handled this entire situation. So
we tried to reach out to the Wakil. He gave us ambiguity. And above all, we contacted Mohammed Hijab directly. What we received wasn't just denial, it was hostility, intimidation, and veiled threats. Rather than resolve matters privately, he dared us to go public. We refused to expose him, but what you're going...
What an idiot. Well, fine, go public and see what happens. We're seeing what happens, Hijab. We're seeing what happens.
To hear today is why we were left with no other option. Instead of denying the marriage outright, Hijab and his ally Ali Dawah launched a series of smear campaigns. They discredited Aisha, they deliberately misconstrued Dr. Abu Aya, and they viciously slandered me. They tried to frame us as conspirators fueled by ulterior motives. They demanded a level of evidence that no secret marriage could ever easily produce.
You're saying that Mohammed Hijab had a secret marriage? Well, bring forth your 50 witnesses if you are truthful.
Especially when it was conducted with deliberate and meticulous concealment. They resorted to presenting a photoshopped and fabricated screenshot as evidence in an effort to disqualify the credibility of Sister Aisha. And then, just this past week, they released an AI deepfake voice recording pretending to be Sister Aisha and a supposed confession she made to some random AI mufti who apparently wanted to remain anonymous. This was debunked and proved.
Confession to a random AI mufti. That's funny.
It was funny because it was like, why would the mufti need to hide his name? Why is he scared? Why is he scared of Sister Aisha? Like, what doesn't even make sense. Anonymous mufti is like with a blurred face of them generic brown looking guy.
Yeah, and we've had to disguise his voice. It's like, these guys are the worst at what they do. Oh boy.
Maliciously fabricated. And above all, they continue to weaponize a respected sheikh against us, against all of us, Mohammed Tirana. Who is Mohammed Tirana? He is the sheikh who had directly confirmed that the marriage between Mohammed Hijab and Sister Aisha did in fact occur.
Guys, this is crazy because from the little bit I see, the Hijab Ali Dawah side was using Sheikh Tirana for their side somehow.
They were trying to manipulate him into, taking the side, right? And so I think they probably hinted to him what would happen. I say they, but actually Mohammed Hijab, I don't know who else was involved. What would happen if he came forward and then he apologized to Hijab in a very vague way, saying, I'm sorry, I got involved, whatever. And then it seems like he wanted to tie up the loose ends. By the way, I want to say one more thing. I don't know if you know this. this AI voice note was sent to the European Council as evidence.
Whoa! Wait. So her fake AI confession, they sent it to the. So hang on.
Well, that's what the email claims.
Okay,
whether they actually sent it or not.
If so, guys, I mean, one, it's already illegal if you're posting these fake AI conversations and using this to slander somebody. That's already illegal. They can already be sued for that. If they're actually sending that to an Islamic court, they're just flat out bearing false witness in an Islamic Sharia court. And
so, according to this, hijab should be whipped. Whipped into submission.
hey, if you guys don't have a if you don't have a videographer for the lashings that Mohammed Hijab is going to have to endure, all three of us right here, all of us right here, all of us, we volunteer. We're YouTubers. We're happy to make sure that other people understand the warning not to lie to the Islamic Sharia Council. We'll gladly help that. We'll help you guys with that.
And you know what? We'll be watching.
We'll be watching.
And
we'll be watching.
You know what else?
I'll be eating popcorn. Sorry.
Yeah. One more thing he did, Hijab. He said if I don't remember where he said this, but I think Salman said that Hijab demanded that unless he removes all his videos, like Salman, he won't cooperate with the council. So
wait,
like
who said that? Who said that?
Hijab is forcing Salman to take down all of the videos before he's willing to work with the council.
Why?
Because I don't know exactly, but I'm assuming it's like, well, you wanted to deal with this privately to the court, so why are you making all of this stuff?
Wait. We tried to deal with this quietly. You chose deal with it publicly. You begged us for it. You said, let's deal with this publicly. And Ali Dawah in that video, in that leaked interview said, yeah, go ahead and expose these guys for what they're doing. And so now they actually do what you guys requested. And then it's, well, take out all your videos and let's handle this quietly. Yeah, you want to handle it quietly, hoping stuff never gets back to your wife, Hijab. It's too late for that, bud. It's too late. And matter of fact, if I were the behind veils guys, I'd be like, we ain't taking out nothing because we don't care. If you don't want to deal with it through the Sharia court, fine. We're fine handling this in the court of public opinion on this issue. We're happy to go to court too. If you're saying no, we have to cover all that. We have to help you cover up all this stuff that we've released already, so that you could go to court. No, too bad. That's on you though. Oh boy, what a joke.
Mohammed Hijab, along with Ali Dawah, presented voice notes from Sheikh Torana, claiming he was deceived by Sister Aisha. The goal? To undermine her credibility. But what they didn't expect, with all of their cunning tactics, their precision calculations, their
precision calculation, you're giving them a little too much credit here. They sound like idiots. Everything they've done so far is like the move of a complete idiot.
You know what I think?
What?
I think this is ChatGPT.
Oh, yeah?
It has a flair. It makes things sound really dramatic.
Yeah.
That's the feeling I have, yeah.
And with their surreptitious finanglings.
That sounds better.
Yeah, I know.
Suppressions and their wicked cover-up attempts was that the truth behind that same sheikh would eventually be unveiled. I want you to stop what you are doing. Stop multitasking. Take a break from eating dinner. Silence your phones. This is the part I need your undivided attention.
Everyone, stop what you're doing. If you're like cleaning your room and stuff like this while listening to this in the background, stop for this and pay attention. We need, I'm agreeing with him, undivided attention from everyone. Some people say that they have, they work in the evenings and stuff like this and they just listen to us. Take a break. Who's going to know? Who's going to know? If your boss isn't looking, take a break right now and just listen to this. This is important.
It's like we're in a movie theater.
Yeah. Put the popcorn down, everyone.
This is the part you could never have imagined you would hear. First, I want you to hear the voice notes of Sheikh Mohammed Torana, played by both Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah.
This individual took her fabricated narrative to Mr. Mohammed Tarawne, widely known as Sheikh Mohammed of Speaker's Corner, repeating the very same story she had already peddled to certain journalists. However, upon closer examination of her baseless claims, and after being presented with the actual text messages highlighted in this video, Mr. Tarani came to a sobering realization. He had been deceived. Let us now listen to his own words and witness the moment this deception is laid bare.
Hang on. So, guys, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Ali Dawah heard her story, and then he even posted a video talking about how messed up the Dawah guys are and stuff like this and whatever, and then interviewed her. But he had been saying, yeah, you should expose this guy for what he's done. But then Ali Dawah, more recently in his video, says, she basically duped me, so I apologize to Mohammed Hijab for falling for this deception. So they're trying to say that basically the same thing happened with Mohammed Tarana, that he was on her side for a while, but then it became clear to him that she had deceived him. So they're saying the same thing happened, that basically she duped Ali Dawah and Mohammed Tarana, but that after further investigation, these guys both realized, no, she's the liar, and Mohammed Hijab is the pillar of goodness and morality. Is that about right? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it.
Everybody's a liar. It's just only Hijab is honest, nobody else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the gist of it. That I think that Tarana was actually first and Ali Dawah was second, but either way, that she deceived both of them.
Interesting. All right.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Brother Mohammed Hijab.
So this is the recording from the Hijab fake account, right?
This is from the first video.
Okay, this is their video, which is meant to expose Aisha. And okay, I just want to, I get kind of lost in all the clips going back and forth and so on.
Ask Allah Azza wa Jal that you are well. I'm contacting you regarding the case of Sister. I just wanted to mention to you, Akhi, that I was dragged into this situation, and I have nothing to do with this matter. As they say, I have no dog in the race in this matter at all. Also, in the same time, I just wanted to acknowledge that I was kind of misled. I should have paid attention to all the details before dealing with it. But anyway, at the end of the day, it is a mistake, which I wanted to apologize. My sincere apology to you, Akhifullah, about it. But anyway, inshallah ta'ala, I will be always, inshallah ta'ala, your brother. And if you need any help or support or anything, inshallah ta'ala, just let me know.
He needs some help.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
The main point Sheikh Tarana points out is that he was, quote...
Yeah, what's up?
So I was going to say, we have to guess a bit, but my vibe I get at this point is that he's trying to remove himself from the situation because he admits that later on that Hijab has blackmailed people. So I don't know if he started to get a little bit of because he speaks about how Hijab started talking to him aggressively in a way that was not befitting his Sheikh. This guy is his Sheikh, even in terms of his age, he's much older than Hijab. He has actually a teacher of Hijab as well on top of it, right? So you would think that, being older, being his former Islamic teacher or whatever, he should have some respect for him. But he started becoming aggressive. And I think he already knew even before that Hijab is not a good guy, right? So he's kind of like, I got involved and, I'm sorry. I didn't know the details. And this might have been at the point where first she said something. She said, okay, look what happened to me. Then he got involved. Then Hijab said, I swear to God, I didn't do anything. I swear to Allah, I didn't do it, right? It wasn't me, right? And then after that, it was it was him now. He's like, okay, now this guy said he didn't do it. She says he did it. I'm just going to stay out of it, right? But again, it got worse after that. But that's what I think has happened so far. That's my guess.
And to me, it almost sounded like basically I was tricked into getting involved, right? Like I didn't want to get involved, and he doesn't want to get involved, right? So these guys all keep dirt on each other, so that if you ever cross us, we're going to expose you and destroy your reputation. And so we don't know what Hijab and Ali Dawah got on this guy. I mean, he may have all sorts of like things like this going on behind the scenes, but they've got some sort of dirt on him, and so he's being asked by like behind veils and so on, hey, what's going on? And he's giving that, yeah, this thing did happen and so on. And then it's used against Hijab. And to me, it kind of sounded like that. Like, hey, you know, I got duped into getting involved in it. I apologize. I did not want to be involved. I didn't want anything to do with this. I didn't want to help anyone. I'm not here trying to expose, because that's what it would seem like, right? If you're Mohammed Hijab and you hear, oh, and we got this Sheikh and we confirmed it, you're thinking, oh, we know that Sheikh. Oh, he's working with you guys behind the scenes to expose Mohammed Hijab. Oh, then we're going to have to declare war on this guy. So it's kind of like, no, guys, I'm not working with people behind the scenes trying to bring down Mohammed Hijab. I'm sorry. I just thought they were asking me questions and stuff, and so I got tricked into that. That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing about Sheikh Taraneh. I looked him up a bit, and before this, I had no idea who he is. And to be honest, I'm pretty sure he's like nobody famous. Let's just say that. So there's a huge difference in power here between this. Like, that needs to be understood before we get into the messages here. Mohammed Hijab is like a international name. He's famous. He's has a lot of clout in the Muslim community. He's part of Sapient. He's well connected. He has power in the Muslim community.
Yep.
Whereas this guy, he's like, you know, I don't want to say run of a mill sheikh like that, like it's negative or something, but he's a sheikh, and you know, he does his thing at the mosque maybe, and he does some clout. I don't know exactly what he does, but he's not famous. So there's clearly an issue here where someone like Hijab and someone like Taraneh, they're not equals. And one of them has a lot more power to ruin the life of the other. Sheikh Taraneh doesn't have that type of power over Hijab. And on top of it, just to add, the whole Imam Nick thing taught me this, that as a Muslim scholar, you are so screwed if you get blacklisted. Like, you are done. You have nothing left in life after that. Right? It's like, at least, you know, we'll talk about it later. I lost my job, but if I wanted to, I can get a new job. I'm not like blacklisted from the entire community. Right? I can like do something else.
Thaddeus. He's kind of, you hear that, Thaddeus? He's kind of throwing that in your face. Like, he can go get another job. You can't.
Like, I just lost my job for normal reasons. You lost your job for speaking against Islam, and they slandered you in the newspaper. So you're screwed. I'm not.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point that out. That's an important thing to kind of frame this, what's going to happen next, right?
Yeah, so notice it's the same, what you just talked about, that's the same power imbalance that he has with Aisha, right? So guys, people like Mohammed Hijab, the manipulators, the narcissists, they always want to keep that power imbalance because you can't cross them, right? So Aisha, you can't cross him because you have no followers, he has a ton. And he can destroy your reputation. You can't destroy his. That's the message he was trying to send her. But same thing with the sheikh. You think, oh, he's a sheikh. He's a sheikh. He's a scholar. He's respected. He has a tiny fraction of the followers that Hijab has. And so Hijab, because he's connected to all the guys who have huge platforms, him, Ali Dawah, and so on, all these guys who have million plus subscriber account. It's very, very difficult to overcome that. And the Sheikh understands that. Aisha understood that. Behind veils understood that. And it looks like everyone's saying, you know what? We just have to do something right here. We just have to do the right thing in spite of what he can come at us with. And that, I've said before, is a Dawah clown / narcissist / manipulator's kryptonite.
You know, the only reason I think Salman is safe here is because he's in the US, not in the UK.
He'd be doomed.
Yeah.
He'd be doomed if he were in the UK. Can you imagine that? I mean, they'd be storming his house like they stormed Mufti Abu Layth's house. That's what they'd be doing right now.
And then we don't know exactly what happened to Lubna, but something sounds like same vein as the other stuff, right?
Yeah, sounds bad.
Kind of misled. But what does that mean? And how is that from this statement, they conclude that Sister Aisha fabricated this entire story? The second thing to take note of is that the Sheikh apologizes for not paying attention to the details, yet he does not provide any specificity and is vague with his apology. If you're not taking notes, please pause and do so. Take note of this apology. Now let's hear the voice note that Sheikh Torana sent to Ali Dawah.
Tarona, Mohammed Tarona, he's got an audio recording we're going to play for you.
Now about this case, Akhi, when sister reached out to me and she told me about the marriage between her and Mohammed Hijab, I believed her. Later, Muhammad denied this marriage. Now, on my side, I tried to speak to sister. I tried to advise her. Also, I tried to make her feel that she's hurt and to calm her emotions down. But none of my efforts made any difference to her. And at the end of the day, Allah Azza wa Jal is the one who judges between all our affairs, and Allah Azza wa Jal is the one who is just and fair, Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. So I will leave this matter to Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. Also, my brother, I don't want to get involved in this matter any further. So please, my brother, don't contact me for this matter anymore. Jazakallah khair.
Now in this voice note, the only key point he makes is...
Stop it for a second. Okay. In both those clips, right, he's very vague. He's like, I got involved and I don't know who's right. Allah knows who's right. That's the end of the story, right? But they both, Ali Dawah and Mohammed Hijab, framed this as him saying, I completely agree that Mohammed Hijab is innocent. Mm-hmm. And it's going to turn out that they blackmailed him just to get him to say that he was neutral on the matter.
Interesting, though, too, that she also... sorry, Thaddeus, are you done?
Yeah.
Interesting, too, I was going to say that when he said none of my efforts to calm her down worked, it's kind of unfortunate that this is how they treat, like, victims in the community. How they treat them is, may Allah, deal with this and give you justice, and, may Allah have mercy on you. It's just platitudes. There's nothing being done. At this point, nothing was done. I mean, obviously, Sheikh Torana doesn't have the ability to make hijab do anything, right? That's kind of clear now, but that's not what Aisha wanted. She wanted him to be publicly condemned by scholars. Unfortunately for her, no one's going to do that, right? That's just, nobody's going to do that in the Muslim community, in the Dawah community, other than Salman. I mean, Salman's not even part of the Dawah community per se, but it's like what she wanted is she wanted justice. What she got is, may God have mercy on you, whatever, right? And that's it.
Mm-hmm. And that's still what she wants right now. She wants, the scholars, like, she knows that all of us were by her side and, we stick up for her and speak out for her, but that's what she really wants truly out of this. I feel like she wants these scholars to come out and speak out about this.
And the McDonald's marriages and the fact that he's making a mockery and the fact that other women are going to get hurt, not just by hijab, by the men that follow hijab and believe in this way of doing things.
And it's crazy because like up until Behind Veils and stuff went public, I can almost guarantee that if Mohammed Hijab had just apologized to her, acknowledged, hey, I did something messed up. You know what? We're divorced, but I'm gonna go ahead and provide for you and your daughter for a couple of years to atone for what I've done and to, help with the disrespect that I've shown you and stuff. She probably would have been fine with that. Him acknowledging his wrong and trying to make things right probably would have been fine with that. It's just the level of arrogance and contempt. There's nothing you can do to me. You cannot do anything to me because I will destroy you. So I get to treat you like absolute garbage. I get to treat you like a prostitute because I'm so important to the ummah. I can't be called out for wrong. How dare you even think you can call? I dare you to try to call me out for wrong and watch what happens to you. And how's that going for you, buddy? You're looking all kinds of stupid right now. Like massively stupid. You and Ali Dawah. And it's just hilarious that Ali Dawah's choosing to die on this mountain. Pretty bad. Bad.
Also, just putting myself in Mohammed Hijab's shoes, just thinking about this, and a lot of guys who get these second marriages, they think this way. He would rather not admit that this happened. He would rather not say sorry to her and go through all of this, these extravagant lies, because he doesn't want to lose his first family. He doesn't want his wife to take his kids away. That would be even more catastrophic.
And we have to wonder, I mean, if she left him once before and then came back under the understanding, don't ever do this crap to me again, and he's being exposed for it, gotta wonder.
Isn't it funny that all of his recent videos are in his car? The ones talking to India.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, I saw his videos in his car, but I wasn't even thinking about, hey, isn't it interesting if he's actually living in his car right now because he can't go home. He can't go home to his home studio and stuff. Hijab, post a video. We know you're watching. Post a video from your home studio so that we know that you're safe and at home and you're okay in your home studio. And then if your wife is messing with you, you can blink signals at us, right? Do that. All right.
That he believed the sister, and then Mohammed Hijab later denied it. There is no conclusion or definitive opinion on the matter. So why is it that both Mohammed Hijab, hiding behind his AI avatar, and Ali Dawah repeatedly use Sheikh Tarana in every video to somehow justify that Sister Aisha was not telling the truth and fabricated the story?
They also falsely claimed that Mohammed Tarawneh was coerced into silence. But when Tarawneh learned the truth, he apologized to Hijab.
First off, we never made a specific claim that Mohammed Tarawneh was coerced into silence.
So what now? Was Tarawneh wrong before, or is he lying now? Either way, his input is void. He saw nothing. He knows nothing. Are we supposed to believe he was suddenly intimidated into changing his stance?
In your words, he saw nothing, he knows nothing.
For a second. That clip is from the second video on the Not Hijab channel. Suddenly, after appealing to Tarana multiple times, suddenly they're saying, "Oh,
he saw nothing and knows nothing.
Ignore him. Don't pay attention to him."
Yeah, guys,
Very
everyone catching that? So you're saying in the first video, it's like, and Sheikh Tarana, he's been part of this whole thing, and he's got the info, and after a closer examination, he realized this Aisha chick is a liar and can't be trusted. But then something happened between then and the second video, and it's Sheikh Tarana knows nothing. He knows nothing. He saw nothing. You can't. Well, his opinion is completely irrelevant because he has nothing to do with anything. That's what it was like? Huh. That's weird. Wonder why they changed. Maybe something's about to come out here.
Why did he use a voice that sounded exactly like him? What was it? Where was the genius of that? Like, he wants to deny it's him, but he picked an AI voice that sounds like him. Well, he cloned it off his voice. I don't know what the point of that was.
Yeah, sounds like he just said it all and then ran it through some generator or stuff, something that changed his voice, some voice modifier.
Posed a question by asking, are we supposed to believe that Sheikh Tarana was suddenly intimidated into changing his stance? Yes, I know. I can already hear the ridiculing and mockery from both Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah.
Present a single piece of concrete evidence, just one.
What you are about to witness is something unprecedented. This is no longer just a scandal. This is now a criminal case.
Unfortunately, this brother Mohammed Hijab, he started now blackmailing me.
Whoa! All right, let's go ahead and I'll finish this little clip and then we'll rewind this. So, Mohammed Hijab, he start now blackmailing me. Let's see.
You shouldn't mean that blackmailing. Initially, he was saying, I will not do nothing. If you didn't stand against me, I will not do nothing. Instead, after the patient, I have run out of patience, and I will be taking necessary steps by midnight tonight, all within bounds of Sharia and law. However, you have one final chance to set things up. By the midnight, you must do the following. Look at what he said. Send me a WhatsApp voice message acknowledging that you misrepresented the situation after hearing only one side, specifically the fabrication of evidence and testimonial or testimonies, and apologize for the harm caused by them.
All right, guys, I want to rewind this because this is bad. So that clip that was released on Hijab's extra account that supposedly he has nothing to do with, even though he's talked about releasing the video on it. Mohammed Tarana says, Hijab, let me know. I have to say that, and I have to. He's going to expose me and destroy me unless I post, unless I send him a, what did he say, WhatsApp message saying that. This is a sheikh. So this was Mohammed Hijab saying to a sheikh, here's what you're going to do to help me cover up what I did. And if you don't do this, I'm going to destroy you. And so you have until midnight. You have until midnight to send a message saying what I'm telling you to say, or you're done, Sheikh, and you know how much power I have in the Ummah. That is messed up. All right, I rewound it. Look at here. This is now a criminal case. So think about this. You've got the photoshopping of an image and saying that it came from Aisha when it didn't. That, if you can actually pin down who did that, that is criminal. The AI faking a confession from Aisha, if you can trace that to whoever did it, that is criminal. And blackmailing a sheikh into saying something, that is criminal. These are multiple criminal cases now, guys. All going to Mohammed Hijab. All coming your way, Mohammed Hijab.
No case.
Unfortunately, this brother Mohammed Hijab, he started now blackmailing me, using me as a blackmail. Initially, he was saying, I will not do nothing. If you didn't stand against me, I will not do nothing. Then after the patient, I have run out of patience, and I will be taking necessary steps by midnight tonight, all within bounds of Sharia and law. However, you have one final chance to set things up. By the midnight, you must do the following. Look at what he said. Send me a WhatsApp voice message acknowledging that you misrepresented the situation after hearing only one side, specifically the fabrication of evidence and testimonial or testimonies, and apologize for the harm caused. By then, the next point is inform the reporters the truth, retract your statement, and provide me with a screenshot as a proof. If you fail to do both, I will proceed accordingly without further warning in full compliance with Sharia and law.
It's interesting how Hijab always wants to justify everything he's doing, like with the secret second wives. He's always pointing out that this is acceptable and so on. So this sounds like he's actually got actual dirt on something this guy has done, and therefore can actually be speaking truthfully in exposing him. Sounds like that's what he's saying. I've actually got stuff on you, and I'm going to expose you for this stuff if you don't do what I say. And that, Hijab, is extortion.
Phase one.
Hold on a second. I was going to say a couple of things here. Notice his same use of all within the bounds of Sharia and law. So he's trying to protect his back, cover his back, and say, I'm not going to like murder you or something, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to hurt you, but it's going to be within the law. Now, that's the same thing he said to Aisha. He said, I didn't do anything wrong. It's all halal what I'm doing. I have done nothing un-Islamic. I don't need to meet your family. I don't need to talk to them. I don't need to do a nikah in person. We don't need your dad to be the wali. I can do without your dad using this random fatwa I found online. So that's consistent. The other thing it shows is at this point, we don't know when exactly this happened, that everything, so this shows you how much power Aisha has. Everything he's done so far has failed. For him to get to this point now where he's literally threatening this guy, that shows you that her consistent storytelling, her leaking of the interview, and our support of her, let's also add that too. An amplification of Salman's story, all of the different channels that talked about it, has created a lot of pressure on him, on Ali Dawah. Even Ali Dawah, I don't know if you guys were looking at that earlier. Almost every single comment on some of the latest uploads are all about talk about Sheikh Tarane, and Hijab is completely failed. This whole thing has fallen apart now. It's just like amazing to see. In terms of like, it's not just, he's going to explain later, it's not just dirt that he has, it's that he knows people that this guy works with, and he's going to try to make him lose his job. He's trying to cancel him.
If
He's
he's
gonna
got
talk
the
about it.
ability. Yeah.
He has the
so-
ability to cancel him. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, think about this. So this seems like it starts off with just Hijab realizing, hey, this will get me in trouble with one of my wives, and she'll leave with the kids again, like she did before. If she finds out about this, so I need to silence this woman. So I need to silence this woman. I need to not be exposed for what I've done, and so then it's let me make a fake account and blame Elon Musk for setting me up and all this. He's trying all this just stupid, idiotic nonsense. And as far as other Dawah guys, they probably are rooting for Mohammed Hijab because they don't want to be exposed for all the stuff they're doing. He's already acknowledged that most of them are doing this stuff behind the scenes. And now it'll be trying to avoid actual criminal charges and so on from all this. So that's why, this channel has nothing to do with Mohammed Hijab, even though he admitted in his tweet that he's the one posting this stuff. Yeah, he's in his effort to keep his wife in the dark about what he did. He's just like massively crashing and burning right now. Like, I mean, just think about this level. When have you seen someone just absolutely implode like this over a period of a couple months? This is legend status, Hijab, legend status. I've never seen anyone crash like this quickly.
I do want to add one thing real quick. He may or may not actually have dirt on Tarane. I'm not saying he doesn't, but right after Behind Veils released the first video, they got a text message from Ali Dawah, and they put this on their second video, that he sent a message saying, we have 4 witnesses willing to testify whatever we want them to testify against you, Salman. So they may have given a similar threat to Tarane, right? We can produce witnesses who will give false testimony saying you did whatever we tell them to say that you did.
We have 4 AI witnesses. We have Mustafa, Amin.
Right. They may not actually have 4 witnesses, but that was the threat that Ali Dawah sent, right? That we have witnesses ready to testify against you for whatever we decide to charge you with.
Crazy stuff.
Would be set into motion immediately after the deadline.
What you just heard was not a script from a recent mafia film. This was the ultimatum given to Sheikh Mohammed Tarana, not from an enemy of Islam, but from Mohammed Hijab himself, an enemy from within.
But side note, isn't it crazy? We're the bad guys here. They still view us. All these guys still view us as the bad guys. Like, this is how they interact with each other, and this is what they think is appropriate Islamic behavior. And we're the evil ones. That's just crazy.
A man
Thaddeus.
wants his student.
What's that?
Thaddeus, didn't you said this the other day and it was so funny and it's true. Like, we aren't the ones who brought this to the light. They did. You know, like the enemies of Islam, we didn't bring anything out. They're the ones who told us about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you got still calling us shaitans, and you got Salman deleting comments from his video. Pretty much all comments that he knows are not from Muslims, he'll delete. So none of them, right? None of them are like seeing the reality here that this isn't a problem with non-Muslims or enemies. This is a problem with Islam itself. It's not even a problem with hijab. This is a problem with Islam, right? That it encourages this kind of behavior. It allows this kind of behavior at absolute minimum.
Creepy stuff.
Man he once defended, and now his blackmailer. Before we play the following, let's make one thing clear.
There's more?
This is no longer just about the deception within a secret marriage. This is about religious manipulation. This is about criminal engagement. This is about the destruction of a scholar's life and reputation, all to bury the truth and to save his reputation. In my conversations with Sheikh Tarana, I gave him my word that I would do my utmost to defend him and to defend the truth. He responded, thanking me if I could defend him.
You see that you defend me, but Jazakallah khairan, may Allah reward your pursuit. Otherwise, I will leave my defense to Allah. That's how I always do, and I will continue to do so.
Now, hear what they never wanted you to hear, the truth.
Yes. He did apologize. And the screenshot with apologies. He apologized directly to her,
And he sent me the screenshot and said, forgive me, and and I have done, if I've wronged you in any way or form, let's move on. I think he was a bit arrogant, to be honest with you.
Wait, what's this about? This is...
He's saying that Mohammed Tarane is talking to Hijab, and Hijab was being rude and nasty with him.
Wait, who's he talking to here?
I think he's
talking to
explaining.
Okay, he's talking to Salman. Salman's...
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's telling him what happened between him and Hijab. This is how it started escalating now. Hijab started escalating, and now Tarane is telling Salman what happened.
Okay, so when he says he apologized directly to her, he's describing what happened between Mohammed Hijab and Aisha, and that it's basically they finished, he apologized to her and said, hey, and then somehow she just kept pushing afterwards, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so this is...
Yeah, and apparently he sent a screenshot proving that he'd apologized to Aisha. So, no doubt, right? So, the story is that Tarane just heard Aisha and just believed her, and that's all it was. But apparently Hijab admitted it privately and said that, I've taken care of it. I've apologized to her. It's time to move on. Here's the proof that I apologized to her. So he knows, right? He knows for a fact that the marriage took place.
No, he knows nothing. I saw it on the video that they posted on Hijab's little separate account.
I will leave my difference in my life. That's how I always do, and I will continue to do so.
Now, hear what they never wanted you to hear. The truth.
Okay.
Yes. He did apologize. And the screenshot with apology. He apologized directly to her, and he sent me the screenshot and said, forgive me, and and I have done, if I've wronged you in any way or form, let's move on. I think he was a bit arrogant, to be honest with you. You're my brother. First, I know my student. Second, you used to come to my class. You don't talk to me like that. And I'm here just to see. I'm not here to expose you. Initially, she asked for apologies. We made him to make apologies to her. So what then? She said, no, we need to warn the other women. We made the video. I'm doing this to protect the Dawah. And I made Ali Dawah to speak about this matter.
Guys, you get that? So... So they said, hey, you need to apologize to her. So he apologized. Then they said, okay, he apologized to you. You good? She said, no, because they're going to do this to other women. So they have to be exposed for this. Okay. It's interesting.
That it took place and divorce. And
hold on, David. You missed a key point there.
What's up?
That he is the one who told her to go to Ali Dawah, persuaded Ali Dawah to do that interview. The guys was that so she wanted to expose this practice, right? Not necessarily Mohammed Hijab.
Now I get it. Now
Ali
I get
Dawah to make the video saying this is something that's happening in our community, and he was going to release it, and then Hijab spiked it. Basically.
So that Hijab actually destroyed himself. She might have been fine with that, right? She might have been fine. So guys, everyone, this all just came together. It's all the little stuff has come together now, guys. So you guys tell me if I have this correct. So Hijab's just treating her like garbage, and then they agree to get a divorce, and then she's like, no, something's not right here. Something's not right here. So she's complaining to Sheikh Tarana here. And Sheikh Tarana is like, hey, Mohammed Hijab, you need to apologize to her, and then maybe things will be good. So Hijab apologizes to her, and then they're like, hey, you good now? She's like, no. I need to make sure that this stuff is exposed because these guys are going to keep doing it. And then the solution to keep this all behind the scenes and to satisfy her is, hey, we'll get you on a video with Ali Dawah. You can't mention Mohammed Hijab's name, but we'll expose how you were treated, and this will send out a message to other Muslim women not to fall for this sort of thing if a Dawah guy is approaching you. Will that be good? Yeah, okay, that'll be good. And then so everything's going to be good. She's going to be satisfied with the with all the results. Everyone's going to be happy. But Hijab steps in and says, Ali Dawah, do not post that. Do not post that. We don't want any attention to it. And then she's enraged because Ali Dawah doesn't post things and he buries the story. And what happens? All this glorious implosion. Hijab, you've done this to yourself literally every step of the way. Every step of the way, this is you. You are the worst. You are the biggest tactical moron in the history of humanity. You have other things that will help you in the Dawah community and so on. That's the reason you became so popular. But on this, trying to cover up and silence people, you suck, buddy. You are terrible. You are beyond awful.
It's actually funnier than that. He uploaded these videos to the fake AI channel saying, I did this using the word. The channel itself has the word UK in it, and he says, not in UK, nothing to do with UK. And on top of it, he used a voice that sounds like himself. And on top of it, there's private recordings of things that only he would have. With him and Mohammed Tarane, for example, these voice notes, but it's not him. It's like, wow. If he went to quit just because it's not his channel, all these other things would lead people to believe it is his channel. It's like, and then he keeps posting it on his Twitter. So, like you said, he's not the most brightest bulb when it comes to these.
This is bad, and it's his own fans. You Mohammed Hijab fans, you're the ones who did this to them. You convinced him over these years. Every time he would say something completely idiotic and deceptive, and you just cheer for him no matter what. You programmed him to believe he can get away with absolutely anything, no matter what, and that he doesn't have to be careful. And so now he's crashing and burning right now. Wow.
Also, the way that I'm understanding this with Sheikh Tarane and Ali Dawah, like I remember in the Ali Dawah Aisha interview, Ali Dawah was like, yeah, I had to ask you over and over again to interview and you didn't want to do it. It didn't sound like this is something she originally wanted to do. It sounds like Sheikh Tarane, now that I have this information, he was putting pressure on Ali Dawah, like, come on, you have to make this right. You need to interview her. You need to talk to her. So that's the piece of the puzzle I feel like I'm putting together in regard to that.
Smart guy, Mohammed Hijab, really, really smart guy.
Sometimes only for 1 month or something. And things didn't work between them. Even though, by the way, they sent her money as well. The witnesses, they said that one of them, he sent her money because there is marriage took place. And we cannot say that when he divorced her, that the divorce didn't take place because it is done properly. He divorced her according to what they have done. And as well, he gave her mahar, which is the dowry out of that.
These are not vague impressions. These are clear affirmations of a nikah, mahr, and a post-divorce apology. Yet they were concealed and later weaponized by Hijab against the sister. At first, Sheikh Tarane tried to resolve things quietly. He sought dignity for all involved, protecting the sister's rights while shielding the Dawah from scandal. But what he didn't realize was that stepping in to help would eventually cost him everything.
By the way, isn't that messed up? Like he's clearly trying to move everything forward. It's like, okay, Aisha, what is going to make you not expose all this stuff? What? And he's trying to do all that. Okay, I get you an apology. Okay, well, you'll do an interview with Ali Dawah to warn women about what can happen to them and so on. So is that good with you? And then with Hijab, he's trying to keep everything so he's not embarrassed with his wife and everything, and it's not a scandal for the ummah and so on. He's trying to do everything, and what's the result? We're going to destroy you for not just flat out lying about all this for us. It's a very, very dysfunctional community here.
And I can't go to the Islamic Council to discuss my case because no one wants to testify that the marriage happened already. So therefore, that's something I can't do. Like, you don't want to give me the name of the witnesses.
They didn't approve it. They didn't allow it. Now, sister didn't give me the names. I had to dig into the thing. And it came out of conversation with someone. And that's how I came across to the person. And then he said to me, he doesn't want to be involved in anything in this matter. He doesn't want to be known that he has done something wrong, as you know. So people didn't want to be known that they have done something wrong, meaning to be in a process of a nikah, which is in this way, it's wrong. He accepts that this is wrong. But because of the respect that he has to me, and as an amana, he mentioned that yes, he attended, he was there. The other thing as well, let her go to the Sharia Council, and I don't mind to testify with what I know to the best of my ability.
Whoa. So she thought she couldn't go to the Sharia Council because all the witnesses are terrified of hijab. None of them are going to speak out on her behalf. And Mohammed Tarane just said, you know what? She wants to go to the Sharia Council. I will testify on her behalf.
You know, it's kind of crazy too that you have witnesses that are not being witnesses. Isn't that the whole point of being a witness? Is
Yeah,
you
that's crazy, isn't it?
and they're refusing to give the names of the witnesses. I mean, this is like a legal thing, like a marriage. It's like almost like they know that this is wrong the way this was carried out, yet they still did it, and now they don't want to be named. It's like completely legitimate, very honest hijab behaving and pulling people in that are willing to like hide the truth now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing suspicious.
And notice what Tarane said there, that he couldn't get the names of the people, and somehow he dug and somehow he figured it out, like someone accidentally revealed it in conversation or something. But the story from Hijab is that, you know, he just heard Aisha's story and he just went with it, and because he believes emotional women, blah, blah, blah. Seems that he did quite a bit of effort to determine what the truth of the matter was, and concluded that all this took place, then confronted Hijab. Then Hijab agreed to do the apology and whatever other nonsense. And then Mohammed Hijab changed his mind and said, nope, not doing this, keeping it all secret. And guess what? If you admit to any of this, you're the one who will be suffering.
Doing a great job, Mohammed Hijab. Bang up job, man. You're a tactical genius. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise.
With this, if it comes to the things that protect your rights. But if there is something which is your haq, if you want to get it through a Sharia council or something like that, if you wanted my testimony, I don't mind to testify to what I know. There's not mandatory upon me to do that. But I will do it for the sake of Allah Azza wa Jalla, and as well as a testimony, as a shahada. I will testify for this.
Subhanallah.
Wow.
You know, this is another tactical mistake that Hijab made, where he admitted to Sheikh Tarane that he made a mistake and he did the marriage. That's why he's now, you know, even with his auto deleting and all that stuff, he that's what happens with criminals. They make mistakes. And this is what happens. Eventually you get caught in your lies and your mistakes, and now he has to get rid of the witnesses. He got rid of the other witnesses. The only witness that's left now is Sheikh Tarane. So he has to get rid of him too. And that's what he's doing.
And so, I mean, think about this. So again, first it sounds like he said, she said, and who are you going to know? Who are you going to believe? And so they try to discredit her. But then her father comes forward and says, no, I remember this guy proposing marriage and so on. So then it's, okay, yes, there was an engagement, but that's all that happened. And now Sheikh Tarana, no, they were married and divorced. And yeah, and here's what happened behind the scenes. And yes, I'm willing to testify. Hijab, you are in all kinds of trouble, buddy. This is like actual criminal offense stuff. This is like massive lawsuit type stuff against you, beyond all the Sharia stuff.
Yeah, and notice too that, just to point it out, that not everyone in that community is awful. Sheikh Tarane, I mean, I do think in the beginning he was trying to get out of this out of fear of what could happen to him. But at some point, you can see that he actually started doing the right thing, started defending her, volunteering to get involved with the council, digging for names of witnesses. He's basically supporting this poor single woman, this poor single mom that has nobody else in the community. She has no, I don't know about friends, but she has no family here. They're all in Morocco. Her dad is old and sick or whatever. She's all by she's a perfect victim. Right. And she's not the first victim. We know there's other wives that Mohammed Hijab married. At least we think so. We don't know for sure, but most likely there's others. She's not the first one. She's only the first one to come out and to, oh yeah, we know because he already said, we know from Salman that his wife left him and whatever. So this is not the first time. This is at least the second or third or fourth time. And, you know, he slips up.
It could be 30 times for all we know.
Yeah. And on the podcast he's in, he slips out these things. He talks about his own experiences, thinking no one's going to go back and notice, but we do notice. We've caught him in admitting these things, you know, over and over again.
Yeah. And that's
sorry. So the point I was going to make was, there is people in the community, Muslim community like Sheikh Tarane, that they're actually sacrificing themselves for the sake of someone else. And you have people like Hijab. Now, of course, I believe the religion itself is massively flawed and is creating these problems in the first place and allowing second secret wives and third secret wives and all of that. So the whole religion is flawed. But just in terms of the people, there are good people out there too, like Salman, right?
Yeah, both the behind veils guys, Sheikh Tarana, coming forward and agreeing to testify and so on. Hats off to him. Aisha, I don't care what anyone says. It is different. The entire situation is different for a woman. It is different from a woman. The way, the way they will come after a woman and the way they will shame a woman is it's more difficult. It's more difficult than it is for someone like Salman and so on. So respect to her, respect to the Behind Veils guys, respect to Sheikh Tirana for actually coming forward and doing the right thing. But I mean, then you've got Ali Dawah, who said when all this was brought up, and I don't care, my loyalty is not to this guy, that guy, my friend, my loyalty is to Allah. And then you are exposed. Your loyalty is to yourself and Mohammed Hijab. And you don't care at all about the truth or anything else. You will treat a woman like a prostitute. You will throw actually good people who are trying to do the right thing. You'll attack them and smear them. Ali Dawah, you are absolute garbage, just like Mohammed Hijab.
Yeah, and one more thing. You're right. You mentioned Aisha. Aisha is actually the true hero out of all of these people.
Totally.
But, think about it. I have other friends in the UK who live in like this area of Speaker's Corner that some of them, they don't want to come on YouTube because of the fact that they live, like ex-Muslims I'm talking about, they don't want to they don't want to deal with this because hijab, Ali Dawah, all these people, Zishan, they all live here. They all live in, and think about it. Aisha is his neighbor too. I don't even know if she feels safe. Like, just think about that. She's living in the same neighborhood with this thug that's like going around, and he doesn't want to fail no matter what. He's doing everything in his power to make her look like a crazy one. And who knows what's next for her, right? Like, she's a nobody. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, she's like,
as far as they're concerned, yeah.
As far as they're concerned, she's a nobody. And so they have a lot of power over her, right? They even leaked her real name multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't cool
That's
at
a
all
threat.
either,
That's
right?
a threat.
That's a threat. Exactly. Mm-hmm. That's a threat. Like, we know who you are. We know where you live, right? I mean, who knows what's next for her too? Like, I mean, that's kind of, if I was her, I'd be scared. Like, she's a real hero here, coming out and not caring what happens to her and getting justice. She's the one that really deserves the medal here.
Yeah, totally. And she's also because we've all dealt with the threats for many years. We've been on the receiving ends of these kinds of threats, and we know they're like constantly searching for what will get a person to shut up, right? So they'll try everything. They'll try every form of manipulation and every form of threat to silence someone. So I can guarantee they've sent all kinds of messages threatening her and so on. We're going to stop doing this, or we'll do this and this and this and that. First, it was all threats to destroy your reputation. Do you want to be remembered in the Ummah? Do you want to be known in the Ummah as a hotel wife for guys? Do you want to be known as that? No, of course. All right, keep your mouth shut. But eventually, nope, you know what? They're going to keep doing this to other women, and so I'm willing to destroy my own reputation in order to expose this so that someone else doesn't fall for the same thing. So she was already willing to sacrifice her reputation in the Muslim community to expose this stuff, to protect other women and to get justice for herself. So there's that. But I guarantee you, they've been most likely threatening her over and over again. And if the threats against her, I'm not just talking about her reputation. I'm talking about, here's what we will do to you if you do not stop this. Just based on what I know about them, if that doesn't work, then it's going to be, okay, do you really want us to go after your father? Do you really want us, do you really want us to go after your kid? Do you want us? That's what they will do. That's what they will do. I know these guys. So sick stuff. Hats off to everyone who's standing up against this. Let's take a couple super chats real quick before we watch the rest of this. Sounds like an awesome guy. Muhammad Undercover. Got sunglasses on. Mohammed Hijab Undercover. Forget believe all women. Believe all Muhammads. That's what we need to do.
Love it.
Mohammed Hijab too good for Mubahala. Moja big, Allah small. That is true. He's too big for Mubahala. He's too big for Allah's justice. Mohammed Hijab covering his tracks is directly proportionate to his fear of getting caught. If he goes to the extent of using fake AI vids, he has a lot to lose. Oh, I think he's losing anything. I was thinking, up until very recently with the Sheikh, I thought he was going to get away with it. In fact, I've said before, the reason I was talking about all this was not to expose Muhammad. I believe all these guys. I believe all these guys are doing messed up stuff behind the scenes, right? I'm not interested in that. I am interested in the fact that when these guys get exposed, it never hurts them because their followers just don't care about what they're doing. So I wanted to report on this specifically to show how screwed up this entire Dawah community is. We'll just mindlessly follow anyone who's humiliating the kuffar, and we don't care if he's an axe murderer, we will support him. That's what I was trying to expose, but I thought he was going to walk away from this squeaky clean because the Ummah just doesn't care. But now it looks like he's going to be crashing and burning, and that we are not going to have... We're losing a gold mine here, ladies and gentlemen. I've always thought of Mohammed Hijab as one of these gold mines who's helping us expose his religion over time. And now I'm thinking this may be the end of this gold mine. So who's going to step up next and fill those giant size 15 shoes of Mohammed Hijab, everyone? Who's going to fill the shoes? Hey, we need to do a show. Who's going to be the next Dawah clown? And like it'll be like one of those talent shows, but you have to get up and you go, oh, me humiliate the kuffar, me humiliate you. And they were like, ooh, that's good. We give you a 10. Oh, boy. If that sheikh didn't want to get bribed, he shouldn't have been wearing that zabiba. What's wrong with you? Save a camel, ride a zut. That's Islam's motto. Everyone's obsessed with the Al-Zit story now. It's weird. This whole fiasco...
Yeah.
Weird. This whole fiasco has brought a whole new meaning to Muhammad's boom boom room. Yeah, it sure has. Is there a fundraiser to help Aisha? Not that I'm aware of it. Not that I'm aware of. But if there is, we would. I'm sure most of us would be willing to pass that around and say, hey, we know she's been going through a lot. We know she's been struggling. We know how she's been treated, and we do want to tying this into what Abdullah was pointing out, that she could be in actual danger. If she did a fundraiser to like get in a safe spot in a safe location, like similar to what Lubna needs to do right now, I'm sure everyone would be on board with that. So Aisha, yeah, we were talking to you, Aisha. If you're watching this, and you probably are because you've been watching before, then yes, if you need money to help you get in a safe place where you don't have to worry about these guys' threats, we are all willing to help. Forgive me, Abdullah, for exposing it here. Guys, Abdullah lost his job. Please let's support him and his base channel. Tell us what that's about.
Yeah, thanks, last spicy lemon. So yeah, I do. I don't know. A lot of people don't know this, but I actually have a full-time job. As you know, I have a family, I have kids, and all of this stuff now, child support and mortgage and whatever, all of these things. Like anyone else, everyone has expenses, not just me. But David, I don't know if you remember, the first time we spoke, you actually asked me about doing this full time. You're like, do you want to do this full time? And I was like, sounds interesting. But at that time, there's just no way I could do it. But now I'm thinking, I can either take my energy, my time, and my brain and use it to making someone else rich, which is what I've been doing my whole life, right? Like doing this thing. Or I can use it to expose Islam and to talk about these things. And to right now, the amount of time I have is so limited. It's just a couple of hours in the evening after work. I'm tired. And this is where Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslim has been a huge support. She's been learning how to do all of these things, editing, and making videos. She's an amazing researcher. She has a master's degree in criminology, so she's been doing a lot for the channel.
That's funny. I have a background in criminology too. Sorry, go ahead.
No way.
Well, not academically, but being a criminal. Oh, okay. Well, go ahead.
Oh, you think like that? Yeah, so I actually made an appeal on my channel to whoever can afford to support us, Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslim and myself. I'd like to give this a try and do this full time. So it's scary as hell. It's terrifying, actually, the idea of doing this full time. But we're gonna give it a chance. We're gonna give it a try, rather, and so I'm going to give it at least a month or two. I did get severance, so I have a bit of time till I run out of money, and until then, I'm thinking, give it a try, see what happens when I do this full time. The content, I think the level is just going to go way up, just because I'm going to be able to actually focus on this, do interviews, all of these things, and yeah, I'm hoping it works out and I can make this a thing. And if I have to go back to work in the future, if this doesn't work out, then at least I'll say I tried, right? We tried, and you know what? The way things are going in the UK, in Europe, so far not in Canada yet, but like it could come to Canada as well. We need to push back, right? Like all of these Dawah guys, they have millions of dollars of funding, they get support, they have all of this stuff behind them, and it's just an unfair battle between ex-Muslims and Muslims. So it's a tough thing to do. If you could, especially if you're a Muslim, ex-Muslim woman, it's extra hard. Now look at Lubna. She's not an ex-Muslim woman, she's a Muslim woman, but look what she's going through after speaking about this. Like, she's taken down all of her videos, and she's, we saw what happened to Mufti Abu Layth. They busted down his door because he said something about Palestine or something. I don't know what he said. I don't even think it was probably even that strongly pro-Israel, but this was a while ago, and they busted down his door. There's a lot of risk in doing this, right? So whoever's doing it, especially if you're a ex-Muslim woman, all the power to you. This is why, she doesn't come on camera. We're trying to keep it, we're keeping a bit of safety, whatever we can, right? And so far that's working out. Hopefully we can continue doing it this way. But yeah, thank you, spicy ramen noodle. What was it? Thank you for
Last
bringing this
spicy
up.
ramen.
And, spicy ramen, yeah. Thanks, David, for letting me talk about this. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so guys, everyone catch that, because that was a decision I had to make years ago. As far as I know, I was the first Christian who just decided that. There were other people who were doing YouTube, but I can't think of anyone who did it before me who just said, you know what, I'm just going to do YouTube. I'm just going to focus on YouTube and just do YouTube. Why? Because it's you realize we're in a completely different realm of history now. Back in the day, if you go back to 2,000 years ago and stuff, you want to say something, you had to kind of shout it to people. And then eventually get the printing press, so it's easy to spread things around through books, and then you get journal articles, and then you get newspapers and so on. But most people don't have access to publishing stuff in newspapers or even books. You got to go through publishers and so on. Then you get to radio. You got radio, and people can talk on the radio. Then you get to television, but if you want to do stuff on television, you have to have a studio. And so anyway, you had all these different times, and now all of a sudden, we just get the ability to share information with people around the world, and anyone could do it. This is an awesome time in history. This is an awesome time in history. People 20 years ago couldn't have dreamed about the ability we have now to share information. As Abdullah was pointing out, you have a lot of money being pumped into Dawah clowns spouting complete nonsense to people. We need to be counteracting that. We need to be counteracting that every single step of the way. Abdullah is one of the people who can do that, especially, and you're in a kind of a different, you would have a different vibe because you're a husband and wife duo now. And not a lot of those on YouTube. So husband and wife duo, both ex-Muslims exposing Islam. This is a really, really good. He said he's got severance, so he's got a couple months to try and figure it out. Yes, going from kind of doing this on the side to being able to do this full time, you do get opportunity to crank up the amount and quality of content and so on. So guys, I encourage all of you, if you can, to go over to his Patreon. At the very least, go subscribe to his channel and check out his content. They're putting out a lot of good content over there. And if you can support financially, you've got the link there. Thaddeus has been sharing it, and Thaddeus, go ahead and share that again to Abdullah's Patreon. And so give him an idea whether this can actually work, whether this is feasible. Because guys,
thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hate asking for money, and it was even opening the Patreon was hard in the first place. But it's just a question of what do I do with my time, right? Like, I could go and get a 6-figure job being an engineering manager, because I'm no longer a developer, I'm a manager now. But do I want to spend my day doing management, or do I want to do this? What's needed in the world right now? I mean, the thing that's kind of terrifying is, the more kind of popular you get, the more risky it gets too, right? That's the unintended side effect of talking about Islam. But you know what? I think it's worth the risk, and so so far I've been okay, and I'm going to keep doing it. I live in a community with quite a lot of Muslims. I've been recognized at least 5 times. I've been recognized at the pizza store. I've been recognized when walking the dog. I've been recognized at the gym. Now, at the gym, the guy was a fan. At the pizza store, I don't remember. So every time it's been like peaceful. Like oh yeah, just a few days ago, I was walking the dog like around the corner from my house, and this guy was like staring at me, and he had a dog too. So I don't think he was Muslim, but he was like staring at me, and I'm like, "Hi." He's like, "Are you on YouTube?" I was like, "Yeah." I don't know what to say at the moment. I'm like, "Yeah, okay, I'm on YouTube." He's like, "Oh, okay, cool." I'm like, "Yeah, bye." It's like, "I thought you were in UK." I'm like, "No, thank God, I'm not in the UK." So yeah, these things happen, but yeah, you're right about the vibe with the husband wife. It's one thing to say, "Oh, Abdullah, you don't know anything about Muslim women. You're just bashing Islam, this and that." But then now you have a Muslim woman, ex-Muslim woman, saying the same, like not even the same thing. She's saying her own things, and now like good luck, like saying both of us as they could still say we're idiots, but good luck trying to make that make sense now, right? It's much harder. So yeah, that's the cool thing. But yeah.
All right, guys. So link to Abdullah's channels in the description box, and Thaddeus has shared link to the Patreon. But yep, go ahead and support Abdullah to whatever extent you can. And Clifford here says, the 7th greatest warrior against Islam. No, indeed. You should be on the podcast of the Lotus Eaters Super Based. We know Sargon. I married my cousin, but they don't call me Seamus the inbred, do they? I mapped a child, but they don't call me Seamus the pedophile, but you threaten one sheikh. Who's Seamus? Is that a per... Do I not understand this?
I don't get it.
I don't either. I mean, I kind of get the gist of some of it. I just don't know. I don't understand what Seamus is. I know a wrestler named Seamus. I'm wondering if you would recommend Wingling sleeping pills. Are they safe? It is made by nerds, so they must know what they're doing. Well, I mean, all you have to do is, you don't even need the pills. You just have to go listen to Mike Winger. Put you right to sleep. That's why they call him audio ambient. D Wood, you need to do a weekly stream with Ray Ibrahim. Yeah, he's pretty cool. You might want to. I don't know if you know Raymond Ibrahim Abdullah, but you might want to get him on. He knows a lot of stuff. He knows a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I saw the Zit stuff, right? That's how I found out about him.
He's written multiple books about a lot of the historical stuff, but just because I had him on, I think last year, and everything he was saying, I was like, gosh, I didn't know this. So, lots of interesting stuff there, still out there. Abdul Rauf Azhar, Pakistani al-Qaeda terrorist who killed American Jewish journalist Daniel Pearl on camera in 2022, has been killed by Indian forces. Oh, that dude. I saw they killed a terrorist. I didn't know it was that dude. We might need D. Wood to challenge hijab. Tell the truth or I'm eating the Quran. I'll have to do that. Confess hijab or I'll eat the entire Quran. That sophisticated manner in which you read my earlier message was most amusing, by the by. Most distinguished, distinct from your other impressions. Top drawer, son. Top drawer. I urge everyone to email GB News UK to expose Usman, wife beater, Ali Dawah begging money in Mecca with a tourist visa, and Mohammed Hijab. Oh, I think they're doing a pretty good job exposing themselves. Mohammed Hijab is never living this down. Yeah, I thought he was. I seriously thought he would up until like the last 10 days or so. And then I'm like, oh, I think he's in trouble. Did he spend time with the Al-Zut boys? We don't know. We don't even know who you're talking about now because this super chat is later. When it comes to totally exposing Islam, Mohammed Hijab has to rank in the top 5. Oh, he may be the best. He may be number 1. Soon U.S. will go down. EU will rise with Ant. Soon U.S. will go down. EU will rise with. What is Ant?
I have no idea.
And finally here, Al-Zut Muhammad. Why is everyone obsessed with Al-Zut? It was just a little video on a live stream, guys.
I had people on my Patreon ask me to make a video on it too.
It's weird because it's a situation where it's like when I talk about Muhammad wearing women's clothing. I can show you where I'm getting where the idea is obviously there, but at the end of the day, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what this is talking about. And so you got the story with Al Zut, and it's like, I'm looking at it, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. I don't know how reliable the story is, what it's supposed to convey, and so on. I just know I've been telling these guys, if you keep misrepresenting stuff, I'm not going to give you the benefit of the doubt anymore. I'm just going to go with the worst. I'm just going to go with the worst impression of whatever I'm reading and just roll with that until you guys stop doing it. So if you want us to give you the benefit of the doubt, to give charitable interpretations of stuff, quit saying the horrible things you do and quit threatening everyone. And then we can all be nice. We can all be nice. All right, back to this video here. I don't know how this can get any worse, but there's still several.
The comment says he meant ant, cross means antichrist.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of a strange way to do it.
Okay. Oh, anti-cross is antichrist. Okay, I get it. I didn't know that.
Sheikh Torana relays the conversation he had with one of the witnesses, that they did not want to be associated with this, knowing that the nikah was not done properly. Even when Sheikh Torana was willing to testify for the truth, others around him chose silence. Witnesses refused to come forward. Shame and fear took precedence over justice.
Unfortunately, this brother Mohammed Hijab, he started now blackmailing me.
Yep.
And I stood on her side. He actually knew that I was the reason for the sister to speak to Ali and to record and all of these things.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So that makes sense why they're like jumping on him and we're going to expose you. Because he's the one, hey, I'm getting you on with Ali Dawah. When, I mean, just think about the misunderstanding of Mohammed Hijab there. This guy knows she's really, really mad. And so what is going to make you feel better? What if I help you point out that something is messed up in the Dawah community without mentioning any names so you don't get this guy in trouble? That's what Mohammed Tarana tries to do. And then Hijab thinks, oh, he's trying to expose me. He's working with Ali Dawah and her to try and expose and humiliate me, but I will humiliate him. How's that working out for you, Hijab? You tactical genius, you. Guy was trying to help you, and you threatened and you blackmailed him instead. Great job. Great job making all the enemies you could possibly ever need.
That's true, right? Because if this worked out for, like Ali Dawah did this anonymous video, maybe she would have stopped and that would have been the end of it and no one would have known it was Hijab.
It probably would. She had the apology. She had the apology, and then she would have felt like, okay, I was worried about other women falling for this, and now Ali Dawah helped me expose this and so on. And therefore, everyone would be good. Everyone would be good. Hijab couldn't take it. Why? Because he's a narcissist. He's a total narcissist. You can't handle losing. Even now, if you're a real narcissist, it's the same exact thing with Andrew Tate. It's you can't bear the thought of losing because it means you're not the exalted person you are. If you lose to regular people, it means you're not this high and exalted person you thought you were who can overcome everything around him with his wit and his will. And you can't bear the thought of that. You can't bear the thought of that. So you just have to keep attacking and keep attacking. Somehow I'm going to win in all of this. And what's the result? Well, Andrew Tate's going to be in prison for a long time, and Hijab's at least going to have some serious lawsuits after crashing and burning like the Hindenburg.
Was aware, and yet he still published videos discrediting the sister, presenting the Sheikh's coerced audio as if it were sincere.
I know that's why I kind of abstain from being around him.
Subhanallah. Sheikh Torana states that he has knowledge of Mohammed Hijab blackmailing others. This is not a one-time occurrence. I had informed Sheikh Torana about the oath that Mohammed Hijab took in our conversation, where he swore by Allah, denying it all. Upon being in shock, he approached Hijab regarding this false oath.
Allah said to him, making an oath. Allah, this is a big thing. It's a massive thing. I mean, I don't know how you can justify to make an oath by Allah. So he deleted the messages quickly. He admitted that he made an oath, and after that he deleted the messages. And then after that, wanted to put the whole day on me, because that's how it is. He wanted this to, I think that's a scapegoat or something like that. Allah. That's what he's planning. And later on, he started, saying things to the brothers. So that brother Ali Dawah, he's gonna expose things about me.
I want you to.
What an absolute scumbag, man. Guy tries to do nothing but help you, and you try to stay out of it, but also do whatever is required of him, and go beyond that, and trying to smooth over the situation. And what does Hijab do? I will humiliate and destroy this man for not just obeying whatever I say and automatically siding with me. That's what you get. All you Muslims who are watching, please understand the problem that you have here. Narcissists are pretty good at getting attention for themselves. That's what they want. They spend their entire lives learning what gets them attention, and they love that. That is exactly the core ability that makes someone a popular da'i nowadays. If you can just get a bunch of attention for yourself, the entire ummah will rally around you. Well, who are you getting? You're getting narcissists, and that may work for you for a little while because these guys will get all this attention around them when they're going, ha, I'm humiliating the kuffar are so stupid, ha ha. That may work for a while. Eventually this happens because they're in it for themselves. They're in it for their own egos, and that doesn't work well.
You notice Hijab, he's making these videos bragging now about how he's got banned from India. It's like, nobody cares, dude. You were inciting violence. So they banned you. Now you're acting like you're like a hero or something, like you got a badge. Like,
no, that's a response to this, right? That's a response. That's really because of this. It's, if I'm going to get out of this, I need to still be the hero of the ummah. And so what's going on? What's going on? I need to be blasting Israel and blasting India, and to show you how valuable I am. And that's the only way I'm going to get out of this, is if I'm that important to the ummah.
Right.
So look at me. Elon Musk is coming after me. India's coming after me. Oh my goodness. The prime minister of India has declared war on me. It's like, they don't know who you are, man. That's some dude in some office somewhere looking around for content that's dangerous and so on. And it's like, I mean, how much stuff have I had banned by Pakistan? I've even had stuff banned by India. I've had stuff banned by India. You get the notification stuff. This video has been banned in India. I've had multiple things banned in Germany and so on. And I expose it to show what kind of censorship there's going on. But it's not like, oh, I think the kings of the world are all uniting against
yeah,
me.
Exactly.
Yeah. No one can.
Yeah, I've had stuff banned too in like United Arab Emirates and freaking Pakistan, and it's like, okay, move on, dude.
Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club, exactly.
Yeah, he has to represent this as like all of India's in panic mode over him. Why? So then they'll ignore what's going on right here, Hijab. Too bad we're not ignoring it, Hijab. But go ahead and try. All your decisions have worked out so well for you over these past couple months. Just keep coming up with new ideas. You're great at this.
Pause for a moment. This is a conversation with Sheikh Torana back in February. He clearly states that Ali Dawah was told by Mohammed Hijab that he was going to expose things about the Sheikh.
Brother Ali Dawah, he's going to expose things about me.
After you're done watching this video, I want you to go back and watch Ali Dawah's response videos. I want you to pay close attention to his performative sincerity while he pretends that both him and Sheikh Torana were duped by Sister Aisha. What a wicked man. Ali didn't just know about it. Ali knowingly deceived the world. He parroted Hijab's lies. He tried to cover for his partner in crime.
Did everyone catch that? Because this is really bad. So it's already been like terrible for Mohammed Hijab. It's also terrible for Ali Dawah. Because what's going on here? You could, if you didn't know this, if you didn't know what's going on here, you could think, oh, Ali Dawah heard the story from Aisha, but then he heard Mohammed Hijab, and he didn't know who to believe, but Mohammed Hijab's story sounded more plausible, so he agreed with Mohammed Hijab and sided against Aisha. And so Ali Dawah was just another victim of Mohammed Hijab. No. Mohammed Torana is pointing out Ali Dawah knows. He knew this. He knew this. He knew that Mohammed Hijab is blackmailing people. He knew all of this. He knew
everything
it.
Everything Ali Dawah did. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he knew he was lying to people. He knew he was throwing the victim under the bus. He knows what Mohammed Hijab did. He knows all of this, and he still helped Hijab lie to try and help him escape from all this. So Ali Dawah is doing the exact same thing Mohammed Hijab do, and helping Hijab do it, helping him blackmail people, helping him deceive people. So this isn't just, oh, he's a friend who's siding with his buddy and he doesn't know and he's just siding with his buddy. This is, he knows his buddy is lying. He knows his buddy is being pure evil. And so everything Ali Dawah said, oh, my loyalty is not to this man. This is just to Allah. Bull, you liar. You liar. You're in it for yourself because you're a narcissist, just like your buddy Mohammed Hijab. What was that, Abdullah?
I was just gonna say everything that happened that Ali Dawah did, we now, based on this, we now know the uploads he did where he was pretending to not know who it was, but he knew who it was. The losing of the interview. Oh, I lost the interview and my friend lost the interview and I don't have any copies of it. Then the whole thing he did where he went back and slandered Salman, saying you did zina and you, all of those things. Every single thing he did was knowing fully well from the very beginning from a third party sheikh that who was behind this hotel manage situation.
And he's gonna expose things about me.
He helped Hijab build the illusion that Sheikh Tarana was retracting his support of Sister Aisha, while knowing full well it was a result of pressure, threats, and blackmail. Shame on you, Ali Dawah. May you always be known as a master of deception and a wicked liar.
Yeah, that's what I knew him as, a wicked liar. I still wouldn't call him master of deception. These guys are not masters of deception. These are tactical morons who are also compulsive liars.
I think we can add coward, though.
Coward, yes. Yes, coward. Because you should have stood up for what's right.
But him to use these things to blackmail me, the worst thing, someone could do to someone who had put him in the past. Someone helped him, genuinely helped him, even throughout his marriage, even his second marriage. And then he said to me, my deadline by tonight, I have to send a voice apologies or something like that I misrepresented him or something, because he wanted to use this to say, okay, he is the one who's wronging me, it's not someone else. So basically, that's how it is.
Subhanallah. So he wants to use this as proof, essentially, that, Ya Allah.
And the whole thing is a lie. At the end of the day, I rely on Allah to making dua against him at the end of the day, because he oppressed me. So now, what is the after all of this?
Hey, Sheikh Mohammed Tarana, I have a pretty high level of confidence that you don't like us. But I want it to be clear, on this issue, we are on the same side. You're the one here who is doing the right thing. So if you ever need us to share anything to help defend you, happy to do it, because you're the one who's doing the right thing here.
But he's not blackmailing me. I didn't respond to him at all.
Oh, and if you want to kind of want to quietly slip us what you want us to share while publicly blasting us as evil kuffar, I'm fine with that. Anyone who wants to throw me under the bus, I will still try to help people who are doing the right thing.
Actually, we should say that to Aisha as well, right?
Same to Aisha.
Yep.
Aisha, you are completely.
We'll pretend you never talked to us, right?
Yeah, we would advise you to leave Islam. You should see that this is false, and all the guys you trusted for Dawah, you should see what they're actually like, what liars they are, and you should call into question some of the Dawah stuff they taught you over the years. But if you're going to remain Muslim, we understand you are completely correct if you're remaining Muslim to attack us and say, shame on yourself for contacting us and so on back in the day and you made a mistake. Totally fine. Call us whatever you want. But if you ever need us to share anything, let us know. And we'll keep it quiet that we're deliberately helping you at your request. We'll just, hey, look at this. We're bringing this to light, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to help. Again, throw us under the bus. We don't care.
Yeah, and the more we do it, I was going to say, the more we do it, the more Muslim channels have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
It forces them to deal with it. Because, again, if Mohammed Hijab got his way, this whole thing is going to disappear and she's going to be silenced.
Mm-hmm.
We're exploding it to the point where they can't ignore it anymore. And then people see the Christian channel and then they see other atheist channels and they're like, you have to talk about this. This is all over the internet.
Yeah, guys, so we have all these differences. Christians, Muslims, atheists, we have all these differences and so on. There are a number of people. There are Muslims, there are atheists, there are Christians, there are Jews, there are Hindus who, on this particular issue of whether this guy did something messed up and should be exposed, we're all on the same side here. We're all on the same side of this issue, and we can all agree. We can all agree a woman should not be treated like this. And a person who does this should not be allowed to get away with it because he is important to something and he can use it to his advantage.
You are in a problem. You have done mischief on earth. You have done all these wrong things. You have done, you made an oath by Allah as you done, and in the wrong way. It's a testimony against the truth. And yet, you expect the other people to do that the same. If I showed you that the message is so disgusting. For example, he sent me earlier messages and he was saying, "Oh, I know things about you." Even he's blackmailing me. Even the message I sent him telling him, "Akhi, fear Allah, repent for Allah." These things, yeah.
This wasn't.
Do you guys hear that? I mean, he's just telling Mohammed Hijab, you need to repent. You need to repent of what you've done. You swore an oath and you're lying. That's some serious stuff. If you're actually a real Muslim, this is some serious stuff. But I don't know if you guys caught it. He said you're guilty of corruption in the earth. That's pretty serious because that's in the Quran. That's Surah 533 says what the penalty for making mischief in the world is. So he's taking this pretty seriously about what Hijab's doing. Wow.
Merely a threat. This was a spiritual mafia boss threatening his elder, his former teacher. This is where the mask begins to fall. Instead of repentance, Mohammed Hijab launched a campaign of threats, giving false religious oaths, deleting evidence, and preparing a narrative to scapegoat the very man who once taught him.
The situation is worse than worse. It's escalating, as you know. It's basically now, wallahi, things escalated. Basically, he's using me as a scapegoat for the whole thing. Basically, that's the whole thing. He's now on my case, you could say. And he went to the brothers from my era. He's now tarnishing my name, pitting things. I understand now. It's basically, I'm going through a difficult time. And today, wallahi, because of the stress, subhanAllah, I don't want to get into these things. I was so stressed to the extent, I was vomiting all day, wallahi, akhifillah. He is now tarnishing my name. He is now bringing things and, Allah understand. And now, wallahi, I don't know if I'm capable to take this matter anymore, wallahi, to that extent. And he, as I mentioned to you, in his way in dealing with things that he has against anyone that he deals with, he has, evidences and things like that against everyone. He has already attacked me. He has already started, as you know. He has already went today to support the head of our era. And because we work together. Today in the morning I went to the hospital. I was discharged in the afternoon. So I was, my health went down and things went in a bad way. Until now, I'm not, I don't know, I didn't eat for the last 3 days actually. For the last 2 days. No food and, my health declined. I understand. This is the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that when he said, Allah is seek refuge in you from the Rijal, from the pot of the men. SubhanAllah, he kind of...
This guy's seeking refuge with Allah from Hijab and the stuff that Hijab is doing. This is messed up. I already thought this was a massively dysfunctional community, but I mean, look at this. He's like destroying a sheikh, like physically, to where this guy can't even function. And it's because what's Hijab doing? Oh, you didn't do what I say. You didn't fall on your sword for me and lie for me and take a false oath for me. You wouldn't swear by Allah and tell a lie for me. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to go around. And he's going around to all his little era buddies and getting them to try and destroy this guy.
Cancel him, yeah.
I think the timeline is that the first video came out and Hijab basically said, you have until midnight to give me a retraction, a confession, something I can use, which he provided, right? That's what that voice clip that Hijab plays. But then after that, Hijab, the situation is getting worse for Hijab. He's experiencing a lot of pressure, and he starts blaming Tarani and saying, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. You are the reason I'm in this situation. And then Hijab gives an oath to behind veil saying that he didn't do any of this. And Tarani's like, you can't make an oath to Allah and testify to these false things. And that is when things really went downhill for him, right? Because when he confronted Hijab about the false oath, like he was going to play nice and give the little vague clip that Hijab can use. And he's like, buddy, you just swore to Allah. You just swore to Allah something we both know is false. You can't do that. I fear for your soul. I fear for your life from Allah, right? Not because of like blackmail. And then Hijab's response is, well, your life's over, buddy. Your life's over. I'm going to anyone you work with, telling them that they should fire you. They should disassociate with you. I'm taking away your employment. And he's under so much stress because of his life falling apart, right? Probably people confronting him saying Hijab's coming to us and he's saying this stuff and we don't know what to do. We're in a really tough situation because we don't want to alienate Hijab, but we know that you're a good guy or whatever. We don't know what to do about this. And now he's like, oh, my life is destroyed. And he's like under so much stress he can't eat. And then he's vomiting and he goes to the hospital because of this. And this is all because he got confronted. He confronted Hijab about making a false oath to Allah.
Yeah, you don't do that. You don't do that, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because Mohammed Hijab does what he wants, and no one has a right to question him. He can lie. He can turn Muslim women into prostitutes. He can do anything he wants, and there's nothing you're allowed to do, according to Mohammed Hijab. This is your hero, Muslims. This is the hero of the Ummah. This is the guy who's gonna protect Pakistan from India somehow. Yeah, isn't it crazy? Along the same lines, all you Muslims who are watching, because you don't seem to understand like these low-level basic manipulation tactics that you always fall for 100% of the time with guys like this. Hijab exploded in popularity since October 7th. You look at his like Twitter followers since October 7th. Him constantly running his mouth like he's the hero. Name anything that he has done to help anyone in Gaza in any way. Name anything he has done to help anyone in any way. You can't. He used it to help himself. That's what he does. That's what a narcissist does. You're like, oh, but he said all these things. He said all the things because he knows exactly what things to say to get you to rally around him and support him. Now he's going through all this and he's about to start doing the exact same thing with India. And he will spend the next several months running his mouth about India, never doing anything that's going to help one person in Pakistan. It's not going to, it has zero relevance to anything, but he'll run his mouth in a way that he makes you guys think that he's the hero in all of this. It's what he does. And you're too blind and stupid and gullible to see it. Even when I'm telling you about it. Anyway, back to the Sheikh here.
Went around and finished my name.
Ooh.
People came to me, so and he was planning to actually to escalate things to all the centers, all the people that I'm working with. Okay, well, I'm tired. I can't take it anymore. I went to the hospital today. My uncle couldn't drive. My wife took me to the hospital. And I was all night. I was, can you imagine? And I'm vomiting and there's nothing. Like this, I couldn't, something happens because of the, when you're overstressed, sometimes, alhamdulillah, I was doing my car, my Quran, but things is too much even to think. Can you imagine, Allah, I generally, whenever I read the Quran, I'm always, have be more emotionally attached. But yesterday, I couldn't to that extent. And I read you the message that he sent me, that saying, he said damage, and he was preparing stages of damaging to me.
You say stages of damaging, like for the escalation? Here's what I'm going to do. So he goes and talks to people. Hey, I'm going to get you, get all these guys coming after you. And then it says he talks to the various centers, so Islamic centers. Hey, do not associate with this guy. He's blacklisted. He's siding with the kuffar, trying to bring down the Dawah because he wants it for himself. When no, that's what Hijab is. Hijab is the narcissist here, not Muhammad Tarana, but he represents him as the bad guy who's trying to bring down the Dawah. And apparently was trying to, preparing to escalate even more.
That's preparing
Yeah.
to go to
Sorry,
the
one thing. Pause it. Sorry. I was just gonna say, like people commenting about his voice. Like this is an old guy that's having like probably a health crisis at this point due to the stress that's been caused by Mohammed Hijab basically canceling him. And what you're hearing is he's struggling to keep it together when he's saying this. Like it sounds like he's crying or he's going to cry, he's going to break down. He's basically very, very emotional. Like he doesn't sound like this in the other clips. But yeah, poor guy. I genuinely feel bad for him, like what he's going through, and it's not over yet for him. I don't know. Who knows if he's going to recover from this? Ali Dawah was threatening on the on his last video when people are commenting about Sheikh Toronto. They're like, he's like, oh, we have something we're going to tell you the real reason he went to the hospital. And so they have some dirt on him. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's legitimate or whatever. But the point that needs to be made clear is it doesn't matter. All of these things are distractions from hijab. None of these things matter. The fact is, go back to the true story, the main point. Hijab wronged this woman. Doesn't matter what Muhammad Toronto did or didn't do. None of that matters. What matters is he's a witness, and now they're character assassinating the witness. That's what these guys do, right? They're throwing him under the bus because he's the only one that out of 100 imams that was willing to get involved, and of course Salman and Abu. So,
and there's a message. There's a message to everyone else. That's what Hijab's trying to do. Do not cross us. We do whatever we want. You keep your mouth shut. And if we tell you to lie for us, you better lie for us. This is straight up mafia. This is straight up mafia stuff right here. And this is Dawah.
This wasn't just a series of threats. It became a physical, spiritual, and psychological assault. A respected scholar vomiting from stress, hospitalized, unable to eat for doing the right thing. A man who has given his life to Dawah, now suffering breakdowns, health collapse, and public slander. This is the cost of crossing a powerful man who refuses accountability.
That's the key characteristic. Refuses accountability. There's no concept of accountability with Mohammed Hijab. Everything revolves around him. That's the way it is.
Yeah? No. Maybe I know the brother for years, yeah. Honestly, I know him for years, and he was my student at some point, etc. And I met you, I know you for only the last maybe couple of weeks, correct? But for me, I have a lot of respect to you compared to him. I honor you, my brother, and I believe you are sincere.
As I said, Sheikh, I don't want you to get involved. You know, subhanAllah, I just pray that, like you mentioned before, if this does go to a Sharia council and they ask for you, inshallah, I hope you can just cooperate with them and just stay out of it, right? Like, you're doing your job in the sight of Allah, and that's it.
And even in Sharia council, he might use this one to you would say to discredit my testimony, basically, as well. But that's how it is. I know that, and that's part of it.
So why would someone...
Sorry, pause it there. Yeah. So two things. One is, Salman is doing what I would do, which is, feeling bad for this guy and saying, I hope you can stay out of it as much as possible. Just give your testimony and, you'll be done. It's not going to happen like that. But, that's a nice thing that he said. Did you know what he meant? Did anyone understand? Do either of you understand what he meant by they're going to use that to discredit me if I give my testimony to the council?
Yeah, that part I understood instantly. I understood that as... they're not playing the entire conversation. They probably had discussed, here's what Mohammed Hijab is attacking me with, is attacking my credibility with. And if I go to the Sharia court, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to say, you can't trust this man because he did this or something like that. And but Behind Veils didn't want to actually play that part of the discussion to say, whatever they're using, whatever leverage they have on him and so on, he didn't want to say it there. So I think they're just continuing the conversation there. And he's saying, but if we go to the Sharia council, they're going to bring this up against me like they're doing behind the scenes right now. And like whatever Ali Dawah's going to bring out now, the real reason he was in the hospital because of this, right? I think they're saying this is what they're going to bring out against me there as well. And he's saying, you know what? I got to do it anyway if I have to testify.
So one thing of note here, in the original Behind Veils video, they just say a Sheikh, right? They say a Sheikh, similar phrases multiple times. They, I think, intended never to reveal Sheikh Tarani's name, right? Never bring him into the public record. But, Not Hijab immediately responds and is like, oh, Sheikh Tarani, Sheikh Tarani, Sheikh Tarani. So then at that point, he's part of the story. But it's not because of Behind Veils. It's because of Mohammed Hijab.
Tactical geniuses.
Public figure who has influence over millions of people, why would he succumb to such malicious and criminal behavior?
Because he's a narcissist.
This wasn't his first secret marriage. This was, at the very least, his second.
I would, completely serious, I would guess at least 20, just based on the kind of guy he is. I would guess at least 20. I don't have any proof of that. I'm saying based on his personality type, he probably loves this. And it would not surprise me. It would not surprise me even slightly if it came out and it's been over 100. And he was just been doing this all along. Every time he's traveling to a city, he gets a new Misyar wife. Wouldn't surprise me in the least.
There is a very interesting line in the original testimony of Aisha that when she was like, things were going bad and they broke up, she said that he said to me, if I took care of all the women surrounding me, I would have nothing left for the Dawah.
Yeah, that's part, guys.
He seems to say there's a lot.
That's part of the reason. So that sounds like part of the reason. It's like, Hijab, you have tons of support. You got tons of piles of money rolling in, and you're not willing to give this woman a dime after the mahr, except paying for the hotel room maybe, and then maybe a Happy Meal here and there. But you're not willing to give this woman a dime. Why? Why would you not be willing? Even if you want to keep her as a hotel wife, why wouldn't you give her some level of support? His explanation, according to Aisha, was if I tried to fund the women around me, I wouldn't be able to do any dawah. I wouldn't have it. I'd have to be that sounds like this is a pretty regular thing for him, that I have to say.
A mental breakdown when his wife in the past, when she discovered him being married again, she took the kids away from him for nearly a year.
When his wife found out from the previous secret second wife, she left him for nearly a year. You would think he didn't learn his lesson, but in fact, he learned a very tactful one.
Yep.
To ensure that he would do everything in his ability to cover all his tracks.
Guys, that's psychopaths, narcissists, those guys. They're usually not learning from they're learning from their mistakes, but not the way most people learn from their mistakes. You learn, oh, this is just a completely wrong thing to do. I need to stop doing that. What they learn is, here's why I got caught. Let me make sure let me take steps to where I do not get caught. Right? That's what happens when you take like a criminal, you lock him up. Sometimes they learn from their lesson and they stop committing crimes. But sometimes it's just, then you have a couple years in prison to figure out why you got caught. And okay, let me make sure I never do that again, so I don't get caught. It's never with the guys who are going to continue this stuff. It's never, hey, I've learned not to treat people like this. A narcissist is not learning, I've learned that it's wrong to treat people like this. All he learned is, here's where I messed up, and here's why I got caught. So this time, let me make sure I'm deleting my messages. Let me make sure all the witnesses are on my side. Let me make sure anyone who's involved in any way, I have massive leverage over, and I can humiliate the person if they ever cross me. Let me make sure the woman is easy to discredit if she ever crosses me. That's what he's learning. He's learning that. He's learning how to get away with it better.
To use a burner phone, to conduct the nikah without names or faces, to ensure there was no physical contract, and to ensure he had full control over all those that did remotely
That's funny. He said exactly what I just said.
All while spending years collecting compromising data that he could later use against his next victim.
That's what you do.
In the case she ever decided to speak up.
And actually, it was my mistake when I sent him a voice note of advice, advising him to say, you can't make an oath with Allah Azza wa Jal, and you make an oath with Allah with these things. That's the advice. And then he raised the war against me just after I said to him, ittaqillah. As Allah said, ittaqillah, أخذته العزة والإثم. He was called to have taqwa Allah for Allah. And then, his pride and arrogance to transgress and to do sins.
In the end, Sheikh Torana's only mistake, in his words, was advising Hijab to fear Allah. For that, he was blackmailed, slandered, and betrayed by someone he once called his student. But the truth remains, he fought and struggled to maintain integrity over protection, until he began to collapse and feared for his health and his livelihood. For years, we've heard of the term Dawah mafia. Today, we witnessed it in action. Mohammed Torana.
So funny to hear the Muslims say that.
It is. Well, it's also like he's significantly. Hijab wants to be recognized as like well-spoken and so on, but he'll just like look up words in a thesaurus and he sounds like an idiot because half the time he doesn't know how to use the words. This guy's very, very well-spoken and has very, very good rhetoric and so on.
Has been a respected sheikh, dedicating his life to giving dawah and helping people grow in their faith. Yet when Mohammed Hijab realized he was a liability due to him being a man of truth, Hijab blackmailed him, giving him until midnight to send a message and voice note that could be twisted to make Sister Aisha look like a liar. And when the midnight deadline passed, he began tarnishing the sheikh's name, reaching out to IERA and different organizations, poisoning Torana's reputation, and ultimately triggering his spiritual, emotional, and physical collapse. Sheikh Torana recounts vomiting from stress, being hospitalized, and not eating for 3 days. This man dedicated his life to dawah, and Hijab treated him like collateral damage.
Yes, he did. By the way, you guys think Ali Dawah will go through with it, or you think he's learned? Think he'll go through with it? You think he'll go through with an attack on Mohammed Torana, knowing that no one's buying it anymore?
Yeah, he's already saying that on the channel.
That's what I mean. You think he's actually going to do it, or you think everyone's like behind the scenes like, are you crazy? Do you have any idea what an evil scumbag you look like right now?
I mean, if he wants to throw himself further under the bus for the sake of Hijab, well, that's his choice. But know that Hijab would not do the same for Ali Dawah.
No, of course not.
I guarantee Hijab will not do the same for Ali Dawah. If Ali Dawah was the one who got in a scandal, Hijab would be like, he's gone. I cut him off. That's it. End of story.
There's also the question of like, how far is Hijab willing to go in the sense that like, is he like even behind the scenes like, Ali Dawah, you know what I know about you? You better continue attacking Mohammed Torana. Here's what I will expose you for. Gotta wonder at this point, because this guy seems like pure evil.
This isn't just moral failure. This is criminal. This is spiritual abuse. This is the dark side of the Dawah mafia. And now, collectively, we must call for accountability. Do not let this case become...
This is the dark side, unlike the normal great side.
Another
the Dawah
chapter.
Mafia.
Yeah, the Dawah Mafia, the dark side of the Dawah Mafia, not the sunshine and roses that we're all familiar with.
In the long history of religious cover-ups, like those in the Catholic Church. To the community in London, file criminal charges against Mohammed Nabil Hijab. This is blackmail and must render legal consequences. To the Islamic Council of Europe, issue a public condemnation. Launch a full investigation. Let your silence not be your complicity. To the Muslim Ummah, protect Sheikh Mohammed Torana by all means necessary. He tried his...
You know what's interesting, guys? I'm agreeing with everything he's saying to do right now, even like protecting the sheikh and so on. I agree completely. I'm a non-Muslim. These guys do not like me. I agree completely because they're the ones who are doing the right thing here. And every step of the way behind veils has done everything right that I can possibly see, and everything they're recommending is right on the money.
Just don't like that on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even David Wood agrees with me.
to stand for the truth and ended up paying the price. He was coerced. He was blackmailed. He was harmed. His words were used to justify what they deemed as a masterful cover-up. The veil has been lifted, the lies have unraveled, and the truth, it has pierced through the silence. The Dawah Mafia has been exposed. To Mohammed Hijab, you tried to silence the truth. You tried to bury it in threats, fear, and deception. But you forgot one eternal law. The truth takes root in darkness, yet it always rises and emerges into the light. That day is today. And the world now sees you for what you are, a prolific liar, a master of manipulation, a shameless criminal cloaked in piety. But this was no solo crime. Let Ali Dawah also be known to the world as another prolific liar.
And unless the good folks at IERA come out, Hamza Tortoise and all these guys, we're going to have to regard you guys as complicit too, because you guys are the ones who are tearing down Sheikh Mohammed Tirana. So if you're still doing that after all this has come out, and you haven't come forward and said we messed up, we didn't know. Mohammed Hijab was telling us this guy was trying to destroy Dawah and so on. So we thought we had to do something. But now that the information has come out, we know that Hijab is the one who was lying, and he's the one who's evil. If you guys don't come out, I'm lumping all of you together with Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah on this one. You guys are all terrible, evil scum.
Another agent of deceit, another shameless criminal, not in ignorance, but in complicity. Because when you protect a wolf in the name of Dawah, you become part of the slaughter. In the upcoming days, you may see additional responses trying to induce doubts to the authenticity of everything you just heard. But I will state this with Allah as my witness. I swear by the one in whose hands is my soul, everything you heard was from Sheikh Mohammed Tirana. I believe in his sincerity, and I believe him to be a God-fearing man. To Mohammed Hijab, I hope you spend the next few weeks crafting a list of apologies. First and foremost to Sister Aisha, for the significant harm and trauma you caused her. And when she sought help, when she tried to speak up, you did everything in your power to destroy her, to discredit her, and to demonize her. Second,
yeah, seriously, if Mohammed Hijab had an ounce of common sense in his head, he would be apologizing, and it would be. What's crazy is he could actually emerge from this. Say, guys, look, I know, I was just so worried about my kids and not having access to my kids anymore. I lost it. I just lost it, and yeah, I did all this horrible, messed up stuff. It was just I couldn't bear the thought of losing my kids again, and a lot of people would forgive him if he posted apologies to everyone here. Problem is, he's a complete narcissist, and so he's going to keep trying to destroy them. So,
Sheikh Mohammed Tirana for blackmailing him and launching a smear campaign against him, which led him to being hospitalized, vomiting, and unable to eat for 3 days. Third, to your wife and your children for deceiving them and for causing all of this humiliation to circle back to your home. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect and preserve them, including their honor and their dignity. Lastly, for myself, I do not seek nor do I want an apology from you. Mark my words. Wallahi, I will look for you on the day of judgment, and know with full certainty I will find you, because this is the promise of our Lord. For those who have deceived and transgressed, repent, cast your apologies, and seek forgiveness from those you have wronged and harmed. For a day will come when you will be held into full account.
That, I will look for you on the day of judgment and I will find you. That's pretty gangsta. That's like, that's kind of like Aisha. That's kind of like Aisha in that early stuff when she's challenging him to Mubahala and so on.
Is he going to be naked and circumcised looking for him? Apparently, they're all naked and circumcised on Day of Judgment, right?
I mean, mocking his ideas about Islam aside, I mean, what he's saying is, I know I'm right. You owe me an apology, but I will not accept an apology. You stand in judgment before Allah, right? What you've done, I will not forgive you for, is what he is saying, basically, when he says those words.
Yeah.
That was pretty gangsta. So everyone...
about Subur. He mentions Subur Ahmed by name. Subur, you need to come out and you need to tell us what's going on with Hijab trying to get Mohammed Tirana fired and your involvement in this. Were you involved in taking away this old man, this poor guy's job because of your buddy Hijab? Or are you an honest, just, righteous Muslim that, you don't listen to buddies when they're having personal problems because they've been exposed by someone? Which one is it? Are you going to stand up for justice and give this man his job? Or are you going to kick him out because of your little buddies then this little weasel, slimy behavior that's happening?
And because Mohammed Hijab undoubtedly has all kinds of dirt on Hamza Tortoise, on Sabor, on all these guys. And what he's already kind of outed you as far as what you guys are doing behind the scenes. I mean, my goodness, look at this.
Most of the big names of Dawah have at least done polygamy once. The Du'at, I would say it's about 85%.
That's the Dawah guys. Those are the guys he works with. That's the era. 85% of these guys are doing these second, third, fourth marriages and so on behind the scenes.
The best are the revert sisters.
The women who take it the best are the revert sisters. Notice the double meaning.
It even reaches 50% fix. In the UK, what percentage of imams and shuyukh and du'at have a second wife? What percentage would you say?
Look at the grin on his face.
That's very difficult to know, but
it's all a joke.
That's a difficult one. It depends on what kind of community as well. Like the Asians here, they're not really into it that much. The Pakistanis but the reverts are into it. Like black people are into it here. You know, not all blacks. Somali uncles are into it. Like a lot of Somalis with it. You'll find like Somalis have a lot. Arabs are into it. North Africans do it. You know, so it depends on. I think a lot of it is to do with like community-based demographics and how the woman will take it. The women who take it the best are the revert sisters.
You know what he's doing? He's telling on himself again.
Yep. Oh, he's about to tell on himself like crazy when he
way more.
Yeah. Yeah, so in all of this, I mean, keep in mind, he's telling on the whole community and stuff. We all say, hey, there's a problem with this. Oh, we don't do that. We don't do that anymore. That was just for the time of Muhammad. Of course we're doing this. Of course we're doing it. Ha, 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 ha. It's a joke.
Experience of observing the situation.
Watch this.
The best are the revert sisters. From my experience of observing the situation, you know.
Do you see him start laughing, guys? Everyone pay attention to what he just said. Because we're sitting here saying, okay, it's been at least one other extra wife besides Aisha and so on. But here he's laughing and said, the women who take it the best are the revert sisters. So, and he says, from my experience. And then he catches himself and says, of observing how they take it. And then he starts laughing because everyone got it. Everyone got it. My experience of all the different women that I've been in polygamous marriages with, the ones who take best, being the second, third, fourth wife, are the reverts. That's why we focus so much on winning women to Islam, because we know they're the ones who are going to take it the best. Why? Because they get in, they don't know anything about Islam, and you can just mold them into whatever you want. But guys, watch this one more time, this little part, right? He's clear. Because I said it wouldn't surprise me if this guy's been doing this 100 times or more. But he kind of gives it away right here. He's had experience of all the different ways that all the different Muslim women take this. How they take it. And in his expert opinion, based on his broad experience with all of this, the revert sisters, the ones who take it best. So watch him say it one more time.
And how the woman will take it. The women who take it the best are the revert sisters. From my experience of observing the situation, you know, I thought it's so yani.
Did you guys catch that? It's all a joke. I almost let it slip out. Yeah, you did let it slip out. You giant walking clown emoji. Oh boy. Wow. Let's take these last couple of super chats and then we'll sum up our thoughts on all this. And hopefully, I keep thinking, oh, cool, we're up to date, we're going to be done, but nope, he's going to screw it up more. This woman didn't even need a leg of lamb to give this Muhammad heartburn. That's true. Good luck, Mr. and Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslims. Your videos are outstanding.
Thank you.
Momo Hijab's problem is that he is one stupid person, but we are an army of smart people from many different occupations, including law enforcement. Some of us spot lies for a living. Yep. His lies are only believable to like his most dedicated followers who won't question anything he says. Anyone else is watching like, what is this? He expects anyone to believe this? Thanks to Mohammed, Erie planes are flying here in India. David, I'm hungry for 1,400 years. Oh, Al-Zut the Destroyer. Very well. Kind of messed up. Mohammed Hijab is the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, that's the concern. We may be about to lose One of our greatest gold mines. All good criticism of Islam must be motivated by love, be it storge, philia, eros, or agape. Without love, we are merely engaging in abuse, yet with love, our criticism must be tough. Yep. Believe it or not, everyone, love isn't about being nice. You can be brutally rebuking someone because that's exactly what they need to hear. And Mohammed Hijab is the worst of deceivers. Yeah, he's not the best. He sucks at it. He sucks at it. Oh, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. All right, guys. Any final thoughts on all of this?
Yeah, so I'd say that kind of my takeaway from this is the extreme irony here that Islam is supposedly submission, right? It's submission to Allah or Muhammad's rulings in reality. But what has the undoing of Mohammed Hijab? His refusal to submit, right? To just acknowledge that he did something wrong. He probably could have avoided any of this becoming public, becoming an embarrassment, if he just had acknowledged that he did something wrong. And he's so arrogant and so full of himself that he's like, I can even give a false oath to Allah and no one can do anything about that. I think that he has probably revealed that he doesn't actually believe in Islam in any way, and he's just about himself, his power, his fame, and his fortune from promoting Islam.
Yeah, guys, do you seriously think, how seriously do you think Mohammed Hijab takes his religion if he's swearing false oaths by Allah, turning Muslim women into prostitutes, and throwing sheikhs under the bus and ruining the lives of sheikhs? Does he even believe this stuff? Go ahead.
To narcissists, religion is a tool that they use against you, like anything else, right? It's just another thing in the disposal, and they don't serve God; God serves them. That's how they see it, right? I do wonder one thing though. If he doesn't, like he said, he swore to Allah, he didn't do it. Why doesn't he just do the Mubahala?
Yeah, why not do a Mubahala if he doesn't really believe in this stuff?
Yeah, that's what I'm confused. That's the one thing I'm confused about. But yeah, what we've seen from Mohammed Hijab is like false oaths in Allah's name, AI voice notes, lying. And what we see from the other side is nobody. There's nobody defending this woman except for, and we all know who these people are now, inside out. But where's the rest of the community? Why is nobody else? In fact, when I did my first stream on this, I started streaming again. I had like a bunch of Muslims, like some of them popular, I won't say the names now, jumping on the stream saying, oh, that was all fake, Mohammed Hijab, all those clips, voice notes are fake. And this was very early on before the Ali Dawah interview came out. And I'm like, it doesn't seem fake. Why are all of you guys saying this is fake? And it's clearly not fake. Now, everybody knows, Thaddeus and I and my wife, we did a discussion where we went to another Dawah guy, Fayyad Fit, and his sort of like double speak where he's talking from both sides of his mouth. But you could tell even he doesn't believe hijab. Hakika Jew has kind of like, he's speaking in theory if this happened because hijab said it didn't. But if it happened, it's not even a big deal because blah, 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 blah. But like, where are the defenders of Muslim women? Where are the defenders of justice? Why is the whole community letting her down like this? Why is it that she had to talk to 100? That's what she said. And I believe her because this has been going on for like a year and nobody's like defended her until this happened, right? So why? And then of course now we have Muhammad Rane. But other than that, like nobody cares about this Muslim woman and there's probably lots of other Muslim women that went through the same thing. Huda dropped off now, but if you spoke to her, this is exactly her experience in Islam as well. It was nobody cared about, she lost her husband. He died in an accident. So she became a single mom even before her baby was born. And there was some small help, little bit of help she got, but that was it. And then it was just like, she was just forgotten. These people, they act like they care. When I converted to Sunni Islam, I say I converted because I was Shia Ismaili. I was Muslim for a while, and I don't know if I told you this story, David, but basically I went to the mosque for Jummah, and I was a student, and I was doing some like co-op job or like internship, and I used to take a taxi to get to Jummah because I was in a city where it was like far away. I didn't have a car, and the Imam one day gave me a ride. I knew this guy from my university, and he said, you know, how about I give you a ride? So he gave me a ride, and then after he's like, I can't drive you back, but you haven't done the shahada. Why don't you do the shahada? I'm like, I've been Muslim now for a couple of years now. He's like, no, just do it for, let's show the people that we have people converting to Islam. I was like, 5+ years I've been praying and whatever. But he's like, let's just do it for show, right? I'm like, okay, fine. Let me help you guys. Like, let me help out the community. I'm a convert from this other sect, whatever, right? So he's like, yeah, brother Abdullah here, he's taking the shahada. He's been Muslim for a while, but we're just gonna do it because he never formally did it. So I did the shahada. And then he's like, okay, brothers, can someone give him a ride back to his office 10 minutes away because he doesn't have a car? They all gave me hugs before this. No, nobody gave me a ride.
Oh, man.
I mean, this is like a small example. It's not like, it wasn't like I was abandoned or something, but it was extremely awkward for me. Like, I just publicly became Muslim. They all gave me hugs. Nobody wanted to give me a ride, like 10-minute ride away. And I'm like, what's going on here? Like, what, you just gave me hugs. What was the point of the hugs then? Like, it's like, it was so fake, right? It was like all fake. And I'm like, this is so weird. Like, nobody's there. Like, so I don't want to say like the whole Muslim community is completely like this. There was some good things that people did for me too as a Muslim. But like what we're seeing with Aisha's story as a Muslim woman is tragic because she's all alone here. She has no one to support her. And she's been let down. And yeah, my story is like a funny example of that. But like what she's going through is much, much worse. And why did she have to reach out to me and you, David? Like, why did she reach out to us? Because no one's helping her.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so this is a failure, complete systemic failure of the community. And unfortunately, this, like, we there's so many things to cover here. There's a whole misya we talked about. We don't even hear about halala marriage, but there's a whole halala scandal thing. There's a triple talaq thing. There's just, even in general, just polygamy in general is usually bad for Muslim women. So many reasons why Islam sucks for women. The whole divorce a man can do. There's like 100, there's 100 reasons why you should not be Muslim if you're a woman, but yet people still convert to it. It's because they don't know. They don't know better. Muslim women, these non-Muslim women, they convert for Palestine or whatever nonsense. I don't know. They're giving some superficial story about how Islam is good for women. Some of them have all of this, like, what do you call it? Like this trauma in their lives, right? And they become, they find a Muslim man and they become Muslim, and then they're stuck with this thing now. And many of them do leave, actually. So that's a good thing, right? And they leave because they find out, and maybe it's not a job to deconvert Sister Aisha, whatever. It's up to her. Maybe she'll remain Muslim, and that doesn't even really matter. But from our perspective, she'd be better off as a non-Muslim. But that's up to her. Like, we're not doing this because of that. We're doing this because we want to help her, and two, we want to show how Islam is fundamentally flawed, and three, the community's letting her down, and for the Dawah guys, a scourge on the ummah. And some people know this, but they need to call these people out, and they need to stop letting these people be the representatives. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, just think about how, I mean, you've got all these Dawah guys. Ladies convert. Oh, Islam is the religion of women's rights and so on. And look how they talk about you and amongst themselves. Yeah, these revert women, they take it the best when we tell them you're going to be our third or fourth wives and stuff like that. You take it, that's why we want you to convert. You take it better than, Muslim women whose fathers aren't going to allow this sort of thing. But you guys, you revert, and you guys don't care much about what your families say because you don't have that same system in mind. And therefore we can just, we can basically turn you into prostitutes for the rest of your lives, pass you around. This is
and it's not just that. Like, it's also, it's not a flex at all that Mohammed Hijab is saying this. Leewards take it the best. Why do they take it? No woman, let's just say most women would not agree to polygamy. Why are they taking it the best? Because, again, the community is failing them. They don't have options. A lot of these women don't have options. Now, white converts are usually put on a pedestal. I don't know if that's still the case, but, like, for example, black converts, they're not put on the same pedestal, right? So it's not just like there's lots of different types of converts out there, and not all of them are treated the same. There's like a hierarchy of converts, right? And so the fact that they take the best, meaning the most likely to agree to polygamy, that's a bad thing. That means you're not giving them the chance. They're not being given the chance to have a one-to-one relationship with a man. So they end up with half of the time being single, either single moms or just being single half of the time, right? Or even 1/3 of the time, 2/3 of the time, three quarters of the time.
Yeah, I know an ex-Salafi Muslim was talking about his mosque. He said basically they pass women around up there. It's basically I marry her for a couple months and pass her on and so on. So wild stuff, and yep, genuinely messed up community there. Mohammed Hijab is the golden showers boy of Dawah. And may 2025 be the fall of Islam. Jesus is king. Yeah, I don't think this will be the fall of Islam, but I don't think Dawah is going to recover after 2025. It's imploding. And after 2025, I think Islam is basically going to be on the level of a gang. It's something you join for your protection from other things you don't like, not something you join because you've been convinced that it's true by powerful arguments. All right, everyone, thanks for joining us. Everyone should be totally up to date on how evil and depraved Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawah are. You've got the video links if you want to share those in the description. Keep in mind, you will have plenty of Dawah guys trying to throw up smoke and try to conceal what's been going on. You've got the links to the videos to share there. You've got links to Mr. and Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslim and Thaddeus. You've got a link to their channels there. And again, as we mentioned earlier, in case you're tuning in late, Mr. and Mrs. Friendly Ex-Muslim are in a transitional period right now. So if you want to help support them as they go full time, you can go to their channel and see how to do that. All right, everyone. Catch y'all next time.